So, about 4 years ago, I was living with an ex-boyfriend. We'll call him Useless Prick, and his aunt, Pill Popper Pam, and her boyfriend, Loser Len. I woke up in the middle of the night and had to pee. Unless Prick was asleep in bed when I got up. I walked across the house and Pill Popping Pam's door was open. She and Loser Len were both passed out. I made my way sleepily to the bathroom and saw the light was on. Since I knew everyone was asleep, I assumed Pill Popper Pam left the lights on and opened the door. I was wrong. I saw multiple things in a few seconds. The first thing I remember is that I'd smelled like horrible shit, and that somebody had just taken a shower based off the steam. Secondly, there was clothes folded up in squares and organized on the ground. There was a man on the toilet. I have manners and very much still half asleep, jumped and apologized and closed the door. I panicked and went to my room and tried to wake up Useless Prick, but he was, of course, useless. I texted Pill Popper Pam and said, "Hey, there's a man in the bathroom." She texted back, "I know, it's okay. He's a friend of mine." This calmed me down and I messaged back something like, "Okay, just checking." And she said, "No problem, go back to sleep." And I did. The next day I bring it up with everyone around. Pill Popper Pam says she never texted me. She was high on pills and passed out cold, and she would never allow a friend to just come in like that, and that it sounded like it was a homeless man who would walk on our street consistently. He had used her phone. So, I go walking into the cemetery near my house almost every day. This time, I decided I would go later than usual. It was around 7 p.m., and still pretty light out. I had my phone and pepper spray. As I was crossing the busy street which stood between my neighborhood and the cemetery, a black SUV slowed down next to me and said the usual catcalling stuff. Being that I get catcalled really often, I ignored it and expected the SUV to keep driving once I crossed into the cemetery. Well, once I was in the cemetery, the car made a U-turn and proceeded to head back to the cemetery. My heart sank. I knew that I couldn't go back to my house because that would entail me crossing this really busy street and potentially showing the guy where I live. As the car drove into the cemetery, I went and walked onto one of the plots so I could hide myself. I basically crouched down behind a tombstone and prayed that he couldn't see me. The car slowed to a crawl and was slowly driving around, looking for me. I just stayed hidden and soon enough the car drove away. I waited behind the grave for a while after that because something told me to stay there longer. Sure enough, 5 minutes later the SUV was back. I know it was the same car because of the bumper stickers on the back. Not only was this the same SUV back, but it was back with another car. Both of the cars were just slowly driving around where I was. I was hiding behind a tombstone with a lot of shrubbery. The driver of the car was yelling something along the lines of, "I'm gonna find you, bitch." When I tell y'all I was scared shitless, thank God both of the cars went out of sight really far back in the cemetery. I saw my chance and sprinted out of the cemetery and across the street. I got home safe, but just kept replaying what could have happened if I had done something different. I know I wasn't hurt, but I just can't get it off my mind. My city has a bad human trafficking problem, so I'm terrified by what could have happened. So, scary guy in the black SUV, let's not meet again. So, this just happened to me, and I'm really creeped out. So backstory. There is this house next to a school that hasn't got rent for years, and nobody currently lives there. So I was at the park of the school, and you could see into the house, because it was right next to the park. I was just sitting down and looking around when I look at the garage. I just see a man staring at the house. The garage and the house are detached, so I can see a full view of him through the window. He just has a blank stare, and then I look away for a few seconds. Then he is looking directly at me. I was like, hell nah, and got out of that park. And since I live right next to the park, I ran home. But he was still looking at me, so now I'm scared. At least I live in an apartment, so that's good, I think. This happened a good 20 years plus, and I had forgotten about it until today. I think it's a good reminder that sometimes the most unexpected things can happen when you least expect it. This event really made me feel like I couldn't be safe anywhere, and caused me to be hypervigilant every time I left my house. And that feeling stayed with me for a long time afterwards. Also, a trigger warning. This involves assault of a sexual nature. It was wintertime, about 11 in the morning, and I was standing at a bus stop. The bus stop was in a mini mall, where there was a big department store, a dollar store, and another little shop. I was going to catch the bus to a brand new job, and that day was going to be my very first day at the new job. So I was excited and nervous and definitely wanted to make a good impression. While I was waiting for the bus, I realized I was a good 15 minutes early, and also that I had forgotten my gloves and it was bitterly cold out. My hands were freezing, but I only had a couple of dollars on me, so I figured it would be cheaper to buy new gloves at the dollar store. When I went into the store, it was quite big, but there was no other people in there yet, besides the older Asian man behind the front counter. He gave me a big smile and came around the counter to stand next to me. I asked him where the gloves were located, and he said, "I show you." As soon as he said this, he laughingly grabs my left hand with his right one and starts bringing me towards the back of the store. The back of the store had a display table with some stuff on it. Toys, I think, on the wall. Besides the table was a section with winter items on it. And just to the right of this was a door that says, "Employees Only." Everything happened really fast when he grabbed my hand and started bringing me towards the back. I just kind of awkwardly laughed because he was laughing, and I just thought he was an overly friendly guy who was trying to be super helpful. I had been in the store a couple times before this, and both times the same guy was there, but he was ringing people up and he was always happy, smiley and laughy with every customer he interacted with. I never got any weird vibes of any other time I was there. So just as we got to the back area, out of nowhere, the hand holding mine clamps around my wrist really hard. His other hand reaches over, grabs my breast ridiculously hard, twists it, and starts trying to push me towards the employee only door. I could not believe how fast everything changed, and then this happened. I'm so happy I had worn my shit-kicking boots that day, because the only thing I could do was kick him in the shin and try to pull away from him. We went back and forth with me trying to get away from him while he tried to get a hold of my arm tighter, and while also trying to push me towards the door, while I'm still trying to land kicks. And in all this, he lost his balance and started to fall into the display table, and then I was able to get my arm away, and I just took off running as fast as I could. I ran into the back of the big store next door. They had a customer service department there, where there were other people and phones. So, to try to wrap this up, I used the store's phone to call my mom, because I didn't know why. I was confused if I should call the cops. I was trying to figure out what just happened, while also rationalizing shit. I missed the bus, and I'm going to fuck up my first day at this new job. I did call the cops, though, after I got off the phone with my mom, who came to get me. The way I looked at it was like, okay, I was alright, but what if I hadn't gotten lucky? What if this guy does this to somebody else and they don't get away? What if something even worse could have happened to someone else, or already did? This happened in broad daylight on a weekday morning, so this could have happened to anyone. I'm writing this on my phone, so apologies if formatting is off. Reading through these posts has made me think about my own experience, and I can't get this one out of my head, which happened to be me 25-year-old female, around 5 months ago. So I thought, why not share? For a bit of backstory, relevant to why I didn't freak out sooner. I live in a big city which is mostly a friendly place. But like all cities, it has its rough areas. There are two main spots that are known to be particularly rough. And for the first 14 years of my life, I lived in one of these areas. So, though it can be naturally a bit uncomfortable, I tend to be pretty unbothered by drunks, addicts, creeps talking to me in the street. Anyway, I moved from one rough area and moved to a safer one, but it's very near to the other. Arguably worse, rough area. I know both of these areas pretty well too, which helped with what happened 5 months ago. So I had some stuff going on in my personal life, and go through phases of bad anxiety as it is. I had to make the decision to take some time off of work, but wanted to try and stay in a routine, / be productive. What would productive people do? They go to the dentist way past when they should have. So I made an appointment, and when it rolled around, I walked there. My dentist is in a rough area that I now live close to. On my route home, I have to walk past a pub on a main road, which has a super bad reputation. Anything you can think of, it's happened inside, or just outside this pub. Stabbings, shootings, drug raids, the lot. How it's still allowed to run, I have no idea. Anyway, I noticed someone sat on the bench outside the pub. I had my headphones in, but I'd see him saying something. So I assume he's asking me for a lighter or something, and take an earplug out. He asked me if I wanted to join him for a drink. This was around 11:30 a.m., by the way. I just slightly laughed and said no thanks. Now, as soon as I got a few steps away, I had this bad feeling like something was just not right. But as mentioned, I was going through a phase of bad anxiety, so I chalked it up to being just that. After about 2 minutes, I go to turn left, and see the man walking in my direction, in the corner of my eye. I told myself it was nothing, but took my headphones out anyway, just in case. As I was about to walk through the narrow road that leads to the car park, and is always very empty, all of a sudden I hear him shouting at me. "Hey miss, I'm talking to you. Wait." The usual stuff. He catches up to me and tells me, "I'm not a creep, but you're too beautiful to let go." I try and stay polite, but also make it clear I'm not interested. I have no idea why, but seem to have lost my ability to lie. So when he asked if I was single, I said yes. When he asked what I was doing that night, a Friday, I said I had no plans. I went 100% no, I should have lied. And as the truth came out, I was really annoyed with myself, but hey ho. He seems to get the message, and I say I really have to go, so carry on walking, thinking that's the end of it. So I make my way across the big car park. Also worth noting here that I can only go 2 ways, where I'm heading back the way I came. At the end of the car park is a cycle/pedestrian lane that has a massive wall on the other side with 2 lots of steps that lead to the car park to the retail park, and bushes on the other side, and is super narrow. Sorry if that's confusing, it's hard to explain. I get into the lane and I hear footsteps like someone is running. Probably a jogger. I'm being paranoid, until right behind me I hear, "At least give me your number." I finally start to panic and realize actually it's not my anxiety. This is shady as fuck. I give him a number, but change the last digit, and this guy proceeds to attempt to drop call me. Clearly my phone doesn't ring, and then he starts getting annoyed, saying I need to give him the right number. I apologize. He then has his hand basically on my phone, stood way too close to me, and orders me to type his number in and drop call him. Awesome. Creep now has my phone number. Still enough for him, I reiterate that I'm on my way somewhere and seriously need to get going. What happened next is honestly a blur, and I must have had a massive adrenaline rush. He said something, but I can't remember what. I think I sort of blacked out. And then he grabbed me by my elbow. Next thing I knew, I was at the top of one of the sets of steps that led to a much bushier and open space. I had obviously panicked, yanked my arm free and legged it. Pretty impressive how fast I got up those steps considering I hadn't been to the gym in months. Luckily, one of my friends works in one of the stores in the retail park, so I walked over there and practically looking over my shoulder the whole time. I find my friend, visibly shaking, can barely speak. She asks if I'm okay and I just burst into tears. I gather my thoughts and say what just happened. I try to downplay it, saying I'm just being dramatic, etc. He's been calling my phone this whole time. She takes my phone and notes his number, then blocks him. She takes me to the staff room and convinces me to file a police report, which I do. Unfortunately, though, I found out street harassment is not actually illegal where I live. But because he made physical contact, it might not be a complete lost cause. Please tell me they will be in touch. Now, fast forward until around 2 weeks ago. My mom's friend who knew about what had happened sent her an article and asked her to show me. I genuinely couldn't believe my eyes. It was the man who followed a girl and then assaulted her in the same rough area. At the end of the article is a picture. It's him. I haven't heard anything from the police, and since he had already been charged, I figured there wasn't any need for me to contact them again. I wish they would have taken what I said more seriously, though. As I specifically remember, my friend saying someone younger or less used to that behavior might not have run or got away, which was what convinced me to file the report in the first place. My heart goes out to the girl, and although currently in jail, I really hope neither of us ever have to face him again. His charge was pretty serious, so he will be there for a long time, thankfully. If anyone is interested, there's a petition to make street harassment illegal in the UK. That is growing, but still needs more signatures. Happy to provide a link, sorry about the length. This happened to me, currently 20 female, sometime during 2012. The backstory. My mother began dating a guy from Melbourne, and we lived in South Australia. We'll call the partner Jeff, and my username will be shortened to HRD. Jeff invited Mom and I both to come over to Melbourne for a week or two. Details are fuzzy, so apologies there. But I distinctly remember getting off at the airport and Jeff walking us through a very small, cluttered airport. Now, we have to get onto a bus to get to a station and then catch another bus to his place, despite Mom's back and hip problems. Now, the meaty bits. Being a 12-year-old, cool girl, I don't want to sit with my mom and her partner. When I realize it's a bendy bus, I choose the seat just before the little platform that turns. For context, there is one seat behind me that fits 2 people. Mine could only fit 1, and there's a girl across to my right. I'm facing the back of the bus, and so I have to crane my neck to see them both. I happen to look down the aisle towards my mom. Instead of watching the buildings go by, I catch this random guy's eye. He smiles, and being the polite little thing, I smile back. He was pretty scruffy. Stubble, yellow crooked teeth, and shabby clothes. Classic bogan. Australian trailer trash. After a while, the bus makes the first handful of what feels like 1,000 stops, and he takes a seat right behind me. There were barely any left, and now he had nowhere else to sit but with me. That sent all my stranger danger alarms sounding, but I was calm about it. Maybe he wanted to chat. He starts talking to me about school. That's fine. What grade I'm in. Now he definitely knows I'm a minor. When he asks me where I'm from, where I'm going, and who with, not okay. So I say I'd rather not say, mister. I also remember him commenting that I was cute and dressed well, so considered little HRD substantially freaked out. I kept looking at the girl to my right and began formulating a plan to pretend she was an old friend who moved schools. All this time I'm glancing at her, and I can see the creep fogging up the glass and looking at me when I look at him through the windows. Son of a gun even waved. I thought about turning my head to wink, and give us both random names. This trip took so long. Like, hey, Miranda, I'm Jenny, remember me? And then I turned my head so he wouldn't see and wink with the eye furthest from him, so she'd know I needed help. She was alone and definitely older than me, so I was waiting for the right time. Then this bastard sniffs me, leans forward in his seat and slowly tilts himself back, like I'm a grade A Coke. I sat there for maybe another 30 minutes before I finally mustered up the courage to leave my seat. That blessed angel across from me almost looked relieved as I moved my bags up to the front of the bus with my mom. I go with them. I tell her about the chronic sniffer and the way he was talking to me. So Jeff phone heads to the interchange. Again, another angle in the situation. And he isn't just stopped from getting on another bus. He was being questioned by the police. 3 or 4 officers in full uniform have him in cuffs, and he's shouting at them, saying he didn't do anything wrong. An officer asked me what happened, and I told him. He was asking me lots of personal questions. Staring, he sniffed me a few times, and he moved seats to get closer to me, then got himself gridlocked. We couldn't press charges, but I was scared to get on a damn bus again after that. I had to though, because Melbourne is a car or bus train kind of state. He was taken away for being intoxicated on public transport. Chronic sniffer, let's not meet again. The following experience happened to me a few years ago, when I was on a train getting home from school. It was around 10 p.m. at night, as I had stayed late to study in the public library. One thing you should know is that my train line is particularly dodgy, and you can meet some truly weird people on the train when it's late. When I got into my carriage that night, I noticed it was particularly empty, apart from 3 women sitting on the opposite end of the carriage. I sat down and plugged my earphones in to watch YouTube. My train ride usually takes around 45 minutes, with about 3 stops into the train ride. The only other person who had gone onto my carriage at the time was a man who was wearing construction clothes. He sat near the 3 women, so I assumed he knew them. I turned my attention back to my video. A few minutes later, I noticed that the 3 women who were sitting on the opposite side of the carriage had moved to my side. I didn't really think much of it as I was engrossed in my video. I was watching. That's when I noticed someone had taken a seat opposite of me. It was the man who'd gone on earlier. He asked me my name, but was giving me a weird vibe, so I pretended like I couldn't hear him. I had my earphones in after all. He then proceeded to tap my knee to gain my attention. There was no ignoring him. So I removed my earphones and looked at him. He was a big guy, probably around his early 40s, and he was clean shaven. He asked me my name, to which I gave him a fake name. He then asked how old I was. I was in my school uniform at the time, so I told him. He reached out his hand and introduced himself. Not wanting to be rude, I extended my own hand to his. This is when things started to get strange. His handshake was super weird. His grip was abnormally tight, and he seemed to pull my hand towards him as he shook it. I quickly withdrew my hand. He then asked me if I had a girlfriend, as he thought I was quite attractive. Alarm bells began to ring in my head, and glanced over at the other 3 women who refused to even look over my direction. Seeing as they would be no help, I would just have to look out for myself. He then took out his phone and started showing me pictures of a girl who seemed to look around my age. He then asked if I thought she was beautiful. Again, not wanting to be rude, I simply nodded and said that she was. He then asked me if I would be interested in marrying her. I just started laughing as I thought he was joking around, but his eyes were dead serious, and he just glared at me. He repeated his question, to which I responded that I did not know her, and that it was inappropriate. He suggested that I give him my number, so that he could arrange for us to meet. This man was seriously creeping me out. I politely declined, stating that I was busy with school, and that I wasn't looking to get into a relationship. As I said this, the train was coming to a halt at the next station. I was still 3 stops away from my station, but I decided it was time for me to get out of this situation. I apologized, explaining that this was my stop, and that it was nice to meet him. As I got up to leave, he extended his hand for a handshake, and thanked me for talking to him. I did not want to shake his hand again, but I didn't want to trigger him, so I reached my hand out. Suddenly he grabbed my hand and pulled me towards him. His eyes were full of anger. He then asked, "Why don't you want to fuck my daughter? I will break you." I quickly broke the grip and left the carriage. As it was nighttime, there was always police officers patrolling the platforms. I reached towards one of the officers and told him everything that had happened. I then described his clothing and which carriage I was sitting on, while waiting for the next train. The same officer came up to me and told me that officers had picked him up 2 stations down and thanked me for letting him know. Although the officer asked me for my details, I was never notified as to what happened to him. One thing I know for sure is, creepy guy on the train. Creepy guy on the train, I definitely never want to meet you again. Hello, my name is Hayden, and I will never forget this night. It was around 1 a.m., and I was sleeping like a baby, but I just woke up from some odd reason. I got up to go pee, but when I came back to lay down, I froze. I seen somebody standing behind my door just peering at me. I looked at it with fear, and started moving towards me very slowly, and it knocked over stuff behind my door. I blinked, and I seen it dash towards me and shoot under my bed. My bed jumped up from someone hitting the bottom of it. I ran into my parents' room and told them. They thought I was lying and was having a bad dream, but it was real. Let's say I never slept on the bottom bunk till I moved in 2016 to my current house, but I still wonder what it was. This was over a year ago, so I'm safe now. I had broken up with my now ex in January of 2019. My doing. I was angry at everything and had joined Tinder. Talked to a guy that seemed pretty cool and was quite attractive. I talked to him quite a bit, took a lift down to where he lived. Now, his dad had passed away not too long ago, so he moved back in with his mom to help out. I found that very sweet, and so I thought nothing of it. We took a lift to Walmart and to the liquor store, as his mom had requested some wine. I had brought a pizza to bake at their home to make a decent impression, and had purchased her wine, which she gave me cash for despite my protest. Anything trying to make a good impression. This home was gorgeous. They had an old-timey jukebox, and their freaking sink tap in the bathroom were installed in the mirrors. Water flowed from a spout in their freaking mirrors. His mom was as sweet as Southern tea, and seemed to have taken a liking to me. Cool. So, this guy has been messaging his lesbian best friend, C, and explained that he had helped her out after she broke her ankle and such. Again, I thought, what a nice guy. We drank, we had sex, everything was cool. I told him I had borderline before we met up, and warned him I had scars from previous cutting incidents, but nothing recent. He was fine with it and understood. The next morning, I had an interview at a major company call center, and my mom offered to drive me. Such a sweetheart. I did great in the interview and was offered the job. I immediately texted the guy to tell him the good news. So one day when I was home, I had slept for about 8 hours. I woke up to a dozen text messages and over 20 Facebook messages from him. It ranged from, "Hey, how's it going?" to, "Fuck, it's hard to say this." I had seen how the messages progressed as I quickly scrolled through, and saw the one that says, "I have a picture of it still. Those cut marks on your arm, yeah." I wouldn't have dated a cutter anyway. Most of them are fucking pathetic, that need to get some serious fucking help. Might as well keep doing that since it seems to be your only friend. What the actual fuck? I blocked him. Then I posted it to my Facebook page so anyone knew him could see what he was actually up to. I get a friend request from his lesbian best friend, C. She filled me in. She is not a lesbian. She had just broken up with him hours before befriending me. So they were still dating when he had me over. And he told her I was a lesbian. Also that he goes by his middle name. I had done a basic search with the name he provided on his Facebook page to make sure he wasn't a felon or some shit before meeting him. Well, when I did the search with his real first name, sure as shit, so many charges including child P. He had been stalking her, pinging her phone location and messaging her shit like, "Oh, what? You're not gonna leave your house?" And he told her to kill herself. She had gotten the cops involved and she had sent me screenshots of the messages he was sending. We talked a bit more, and while I'm not a medical professional, it was clear something was wrong. He was lying, manipulative, aggressive, angry, and obsessive. His moods would flip faster than mine. I offered to send her what I could of a message in case she could use them to build a case against him. Shortly after, I get a friend request from a name I don't recognize, something generic like Mike. Then I get a message, "Hey, it's Jay. How's it going? How's your job at insert big company name I have been hired at, that his mom drove me to interview at?" I was freaking out. He knew where I worked. The building was secure, but the parking lot not so much. I got pepper spray and called my dad, who has been in the police force and such since before I was alive. He advised to not carry a baseball bat because if it was wrestled from me, it could be used against me. But pepper spray was a decent choice. He also said that while online bullying isn't something the police can do much about, if he messages me again, it goes into harassment area, and it needed to be reported ASAP. I was getting off work after midnight and was scared shitless. I parked as close to the building as possible, pepper spray in hand. Fortunately, I haven't ran into him since. I do not want to meet him again. I've also moved since and changed jobs. If it sounds too good to be true, it really fucking is. This happened to me when I was from 11 to 12 years old. This was a little over a decade ago. My family and I moved to Philadelphia from New York, and we loved the neighborhood. The owners of the house next door were wonderful. They didn't live there, but they rented out their house, and they were also from New York. She told us that she had new tenants moving in. However, the new tenants never showed their faces, and never came out during the daytime, only at night. One time me and my dad were out late at night, and he parked his car in the back of the house, and we have a gate. As he left out the car to unlock the gate, we saw a car pull up. Not just any car, a luxury car. We both looked at each other and pretended nothing was out of the ordinary. There were two people in the car, a guy and a girl. The girl had a hoodie on and the guy had a cap on. It was dark and we couldn't see their face. They said, "Hey, how are you?" And my dad replied and they quickly chatted. However, the man kept his head down. I introduced myself briefly. The woman swiftly saying goodbye and they went in their house. We told our mom what we saw, but then again, he could have been running out the car. Who knows? There was another night where I heard people talking in the back, and there were a few cars parked in the back. Brand new cars, shiny, and a few luxury cars. There were multiple different nights where you could hear voices and people in and out of the house at night. That winter it snowed a lot. It was around 8 a.m. where me and my siblings would go out and shovel the snow, only to discover that our side had been shoveled, or during the fall where the leaves would be swept up. One day, me and my dad were going out again during the day. Then this time we saw the same guy from last time, recognized his voice. Came out and a different guy came out. The man said that we needed something fixed in the house, and knew my dad was a handyman, because he heard him fixing our basement. He then said, "Hey, sweetie, how are you?" And I greeted him back. My dad said sure, he can fix it now, because we weren't going anywhere important. My dad went in there, was there for about an hour. When he came back out, the guy paid my dad with a wad of cash, and thanked him. The dude quickly went inside. We got in the car and my dad told me that the dude gave him almost $600 for something simple and didn't want him going around the house because the house was a mess. My dad had no intentions of walking around the house, but okay. My dad said that there was a small door in the wall. I thought it was cool because houses with secret compartments and things of the nature, and watching movies. A few weeks later, I was walking to the store, and a guy was standing at the corner. Very clean cut dude. As I was walking, he said hello, and I said hello back, trying to stay away, and didn't know what his intentions were. He asked, "You from around here?" I said yes. Why? Thinking it was a cop. Racial profiling and nonsense, and yes, being that age and from New York. I was profiled a few times. He said, "No, I'm just asking. Trying to buy a house around here, and wanted to ask people who lived here about the neighborhood." He proceeds to ask how the people were like, and what my neighbors were like. I told him I never really seen them, but they seem cool and don't start trouble. He then asked, "Do you know what they do?" Which I thought was interesting. But I said no, but they have some cool ass cars though. He said okay, thank you, and to enjoy my day and stay out of trouble. I told my dad what happened and my mom, and that was that. I later realized he was definitely a cop, after the next part below. Another few weeks go by and me, my siblings and my dad were in the basement just chilling. Then there was a loud bang and a loud scream coming from next door. We thought that was odd, thinking it was kids playing or something. My dad left out for a brief moment. Next thing you know, police cars swarmed our block. There was a helicopter ordering someone to get out. Scared, me and my siblings came outside, and you see cops going in and out of the house. The cops told us to stay back, because all you see were military-grade weapons and just bags, and more bags in the street. The cops asked me a few questions about them, and I just said that they didn't bother anyone, and that I heard a loud scream before I came in. He was just with us and making sure we weren't scared. Then my dad came and was screaming, asking what happened. They told him about what was going on, and that we were safe. The news came and started asking my dad questions and whatnot. My mom raced home from work because she saw our house on the news. They were live. After that happened, we learned they seized over $1 million of heroin, cocaine, weed, and many other drugs. The weapons were dangerous, and usually the military has them. Not even the cops carry them. The U.S. Marshal came the next day and told us to make sure nobody comes inside the house or knocks on the door, and if they do, call them. But yeah, that's it. It was crazy and wild. So, I live in an apartment complex right next to a 7-Eleven, literally a 2-minute walk from my door. So since all this quarantine lockdown mess, I've been staying up later than usual, till maybe 2 or 3 a.m. most nights. So last night, a little bit after 12, I had a taste for some chips and decided I'll go across the street to the 7-Eleven, which I go to regularly. So I make my way over, and on my way in, I had to pass this man who was browsing on the Redbox kiosk. I don't think much of it. I go inside, get some snacks, pay, head out the door. As I'm coming out, the Redbox man is literally staring dead at me with these scarily bright eyes, light blue eyes. But not wanting to freak myself out even more, I say to myself, maybe he's zoned out and in deep thought. I wander into La La Land myself sometimes, so by thinking that, I was trying to make myself more comfortable having to walk past this strange man. So I'm heading back to my apartment complex, which on this side of the street has a creaky gate door. I realize as I'm walking, I never heard it slam behind me, like I always have before. I look back and this man is right behind me. Not close up on me, but still, definitely following. Once again, trying to use my mind, I'm thinking he must be going home. But I also noticed he didn't have any disc in his hand. For as much as he was at the kiosk the whole time, I was in the store, taking my sweet indecisive time. So, not wanting to come off as scared, I kept my same pace. But I probably should have sprinted, because, fuck, being nice. Anyways, I'm literally just a few steps away from my door, which is upstairs, and the man randomly calls out to me, "Hey, do you have a lighter?" Out of instinct, I turned my head to the fact I knew someone was speaking to me, and responded, "No, I don't, sorry." I didn't want to just go upstairs, because I didn't want to let this man know exactly which apartment I lived in. So I was planning on walking around until I lost him. But he asked me another question. "Could I use your bathroom?" I tell him, "No, sorry. My roommates probably wouldn't be comfortable with me letting someone in this late. I don't have roommates, but I damn sure didn't want this man getting any ideas thinking I was by myself." I kept walking, but this man was still following me. I simply ask, "Do you live around here?" And he tells me, "I have a buddy that does, and he was supposed to meet me across the way there, but maybe he fell asleep. I've never been here before, but I do know his door is number 201. Could you help me find it?" 201 is my door. Plus, if you have a friend that lives over here, why are you asking to use my bathroom? I knew this man was lying and up to something. I quickly came up with, 201? That should be right past the pool, right next to the laundry area. My friends are waiting for me, so I should get going. My gut told me to head to my car though, because what if he watched where I was going and decided to give me a surprise later on? No, I watch too many movies and read too many stories uploaded here. So I start heading towards the parking lot. Not running, but definitely walking quicker than before. When I realize the man is chasing me at this point, I hurry up and pull my keys out of my pocket and get in my car and immediately lock the doors. The man starts pounding on the driver window telling me to "Open the door, bitch!" I can't help but focus on those creepy blue eyes, but I also notice he's reaching for his pocket. I start up the car before I can see what he's going to pull out. I heard a pop, but I didn't give a fuck at that moment, as long as I can get the fuck out of his presence. I drove maybe 5 minutes down the street to this Arco gas station and called the police. Waiting on the police to arrive, I noticed what the popping sound was. This wacko popped my back tire with probably a switchblade. Of course, when the police arrived and went to check the area, the motherfucker was gone. They did question the 7-Eleven clerk, and he let them know that the man had been up there a few times since last week, and never had been a problem, but is obviously homeless. I'm still shook up about what went on last night, and I'm going to chill on the late night trips to 7-Eleven for a while. To the fucked up, red box man, let's not meet again. But if we do, I have a taser for that ass on its way from Amazon. Try me. So, a little backstory first. This was back in 2010, the end of my 8th grade year. We were on a class trip to Washington, D.C., and my dad came along as one of the chaperones. The first night there, we're all unloading and getting into our hotel rooms. Well, apparently we had too many people. Too much weight on the elevator because it got stuck. Me being claustrophobic and having bad anxiety, I started to have a bad panic attack. Suddenly my dad turned into the Hulk and pried the doors open. We were actually only about 5 inches from being on our floor. So he opened the doors and I ran into my room and started to throw up and crying. My dad asked the teachers for permission to leave the hotel and take me across the street to the gas station to get a soda, fresh air, and to calm down. So we buy our sodas and our snacks and go sit on the back side of the gas station, which faced our hotel, to eat our snacks and get some air. The next morning we turned on the news, and that gas station had been robbed at gunpoint by 3 men at the same time we were sitting there eating our snacks, and we never knew it. It's scary to think of what could have happened had we chose to sit in the front of the gas station. So, to the 3 men that robbed the gas station, I'm glad we didn't meet, and I hope we never do. Let me start by saying meth is a hell of a drug. This happened almost a year ago, and still causes me to flinch occasionally. My boyfriend lives in a smallish town in central Pennsylvania. I work about 20 minutes away in a very populated tourist town, but live 40 minutes south, so I often stay over at least once a week, especially if I have to turn around shift. One morning, he and I decided to go get breakfast at a cafe a few blocks away and set out on foot, enjoying the nice weather. As soon as we stepped off the porch, we were approached by a middle-aged balding man in a windbreaker and holding up his hands, the backs of them facing us, as he asked, "Do you want to see my fingernails?" I tried to speed up walking, replying with a firm no, but my boyfriend held my hand a little tighter and calmly said, "No thanks, man." As we walked, my boyfriend told me about multiple times he had dealt with the similar junkies in the large city, and he had previously lived in. He told me it's better to be friendly but distant, rather than dismissive and skittish. We jokingly dubbed him Crazy Meth Head Fingernail Guy, and figured he might be squatting at one of the nearby condemned houses, and was moving on after a score. Fast forward to the next week, and I'm arriving to spend the night with my boyfriend at about 9 p.m. There's no driveway to the house or off-street parking, and no available space in the front of the house, so I park around the corner. As I get out of the car and grab my overnight bag and begin to walk up the street, the same guy comes around the corner and asks, "Do you want to see my fingernails?" But this time his fingernails are curled towards me, the nails like talons. I step back, putting my SUV between me and the guy, and letting a firm no. He turns around and walks back around the corner. Now in that particular corner is a bus stop, and my boyfriend's house is right past it. There's no way for me to get to the house without passing the guy. My boyfriend works the third shift, and isn't usually up until 10, so I decided to call his roommate, and thankfully he was home. I asked him to open the door for me, and explained the guy in the corner. As I rounded the street, the guy took a step towards me, but the roommate was on the porch, phone in hand, and I waved crazy back at the guy. Getting into the house, the roommate asked if I was okay. Besides being weirded out, I was fine. He then told me about how this guy woke him up 3 a.m. a few nights before, screaming at the sky, about how unfair it was that he had to get a job, and the only place I would hire a recently released meth head was an overnight janitorial position. Not long after, my boyfriend woke up, and after hearing about what had happened, wanted to tear into the guy, but he was gone. About a week later, the roommate, who is also my coworker, comes to work and tells me that the guy has been arrested. The house next to them is divided into 3 apartments, 2 downstairs, 1 upstairs. The 2 downstairs have front doors facing the street, while the upstairs enters through the side street. Turns out the guy lived in 1 apartment downstairs and was standing out in the corner, and the other downstairs tenant let the dogs out to use the bathroom. One is very friendly, rather vocal chihuahua. She went up to him barking and wanting pets, so he just screamed at the dog to get away. The owner called the dog, but she didn't immediately respond. The guy completely lost his shit, screaming, cursing, and threatening the dog and the owner. The owner scooped up the dog and ran inside, but the man was on a rampage and grabbed one of the metal patio chairs and started slamming it against the glass storm door. Luckily, the police station is barely 3 blocks away, and the police arrived in moments and no one was hurt. The guy was arrested and put back in jail, and the apartment has since been rented to another tenant. A few years ago, I was renting a house in Northern California. The neighborhood was just outside the suburbs. It seemed like the perfect balance of having space and having nice neighbors close enough not to feel isolated. The area had no streetlights, so it was very dark at night, especially if there were clouds blocking the moonlight. It didn't bother me though. It made my little house feel even more quaint on dark nights. I got home from work one day in midwinter. It was a cloudy night, so pulling up to my house, I saw only what my headlights and the front porch light illuminated. When I got out of my car, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke. That was odd, as I have never smelled that before around that house. I didn't see anyone nearby, so I ignored it and went inside. I had just got off the shift with a few hours of overtime, so I felt pretty tired. Even though it wasn't even 7 yet, I decided to go take a shower and call it a night. I woke up sometime later, sure that I had heard a noise inside my house. I wasn't worried right away because my friend would sometimes stop by to use my shower after work on his way to his night classes. I even gave him a spare key so he can stop by, even if it wasn't home. He would always text me to let me know beforehand though, and I hadn't heard my phone go off. I reached over to my bedside table and picked up my cell phone to see if my friend had sent me a text. The bright light from my phone screen and number pad blinded me. These were the days before phones had a light sensor that would dim the screen in the dark, and this particular phone was so bright I could use it as a flashlight. Through squinted eyes, I could make out what I thought was a 6, but I couldn't tell if I had an unread text or not. I set my phone aside and called out my friend's name. There were a couple of seconds of silence before I heard loud footfalls as someone started running through the bottom floor of my house. I leapt out of bed and ran to the closet. They were already up the stairs by the time I had opened the door and stepped inside. The house has 3 rooms upstairs, 2 bedrooms on either side of the hallway, the one I was in, and a spare, and a bathroom at the end. The bedroom doors were both closed, but the bathroom door was cracked open. I heard whoever was in my house thunder down the hallway past my door, and into the bathroom. Thank God he did. That gave me enough time to open the attic access in the ceiling of my closet and hoist myself up. I had just started to lift myself up when the person ran back out of the bathroom. My feet were barely inside the attic when my bedroom door burst open. I heard footsteps run into my room and stop. When they didn't see me in the room, they ran back into the hallway and into the other room, which just had boxes stacked in the corner, some weights, and a table where I painted my miniature models. I guess they decided that if someone were hiding, it would be in the bedroom, because they charged back into my room and turned on the light. A moment later, the closet door was ripped open. I was crouched in my attic, just a foot or so away from the access, so I could try to stop them if they started to climb up. From my vantage point, all I could see was foam from their knee down. They were wearing dirty blue jeans and frayed cuffs, and worn work boots. After a few seconds of looking in the closet, they stepped away and I heard a loud crash come from my room, followed by a scream of frustration and anger. That scream was the most unnerving part of the incident for me. It reminded me far too many of my stepfather, who would scream in a similar way when he lost his temper. He would eventually be put in a mental hospital for several mental disorders that resulted in erratic and violent tendencies. The man in my house ran back down the stairs. I heard crashes and clatters as things were thrown around and furniture was knocked over. I stayed crouched in the attic. I had left my cell phone when I ran for the closet, and I wasn't certain I would climb down without him hearing. After some time, the noises stopped. I started counting slowly. When I reached 1,000, I decided it was safe enough to climb down and call the police. The first thing I noticed when I exited the closet was the intruder had flipped my bed over, I assume in an attempt to find me. Then was the loud noise I'd heard after he stepped away from the closet. I couldn't find my cell phone, so I went to the landline by the bed and called the police. I waited in my room until I heard them call out from downstairs. The first floor was a mess, but I had expected that. Chairs had been knocked over, the sofa had been flipped, all the books, pictures, and knickknacks I had on shelves were strewn across the floor. The cupboards in the kitchen had all been opened, and all the boxes and canned food had been thrown to the ground. As far as I could tell though, the only thing missing was a single knife out of the wooden block in my kitchen. The police checked the house from top to bottom. They found that the side door had been forced open by something like a crowbar. They also found a few cigarette butts along the fence line, along with some foil and an empty pen tube, which the police said people often use to smoke meth. So they think he had been watching my house for a while. I realized he must have been out there smoking a cigarette when I got home. They collected up the evidence and told me I should stay with family and friends that night and get the door fixed as soon as possible. I opted to just not sleep. I moved a shelf over to block the broken door and spent the next couple hours cleaning things up. I would often go to the window with a flashlight and shine it along the fence line, where the police found the cigarette butts and foil, but I didn't see anything. The next day I called to have the door fixed and motion lights installed at the back and sides of my house. I ran a phone cable up into the attic and added a landline. I never wanted to be stuck up there without a phone again. Nothing else happened at the house though. I lived there for another 3 years without incident. One more precaution I took was practicing getting out of my bed, going to my closet and climbing into the attic as quickly and quietly as possible. I even kept at it when I moved, except now I go to a crawl space at the back of the closet instead of the attic. I try not to think about what would happen if I had been slower getting to the attic or if he had gone into the bathroom at the end of the hall at first. When I was 8, I started having visitations with my dad after my parents divorced. He worked more than one full time, so on my 7 to 9 p.m. Thursday visitations, we'd usually have to do things that support his job. This Thursday, we went to Home Depot. I'd recently convinced myself that if I refused to go inside, we'd be able to leave faster. Usually I was wrong. Anyway, I decided to stay in the truck and test my theory. What felt like 20 minutes into twiddling my thumbs with my eyes glued to the door. As the night got darker and darker, I got started on my seat by a man who must have ran up to the truck to knock on the passenger side window. He immediately asked me to roll down my window. Since the car was off, I didn't even know how to do that. So I said, "No, sorry, I can't." So he asked me to unlock the car door. Again, I didn't even think I could, because I thought the car alarm would go off, and it always scared me when it did. So, no, sorry, I can't. So the man resorted to talking to me through the window. He said he needed to go into the store to get something he needed, but his baby is in the car and his wife is sick. He pointed over to a car across the parking lot and said that's his. He begged me to please just come over to his car so he can prove he has a baby, and to watch the baby while he ran into the store to grab something. Due to my current predicament of being trapped by a car alarm and thinking my dad would kill me if I weren't there when he got back, I said, "No, sorry," for the third time to this man. Immediately after the words came out of my mouth, he ran away from the truck. I didn't realize until that point how fast my heart was racing, and I followed him with my eyes for a second. He didn't go back to the car he told me was his. I assumed this was because he was serious about finding a babysitter, and I felt pretty guilty that I didn't help him. I had no idea how my dad would feel. In my head, I thought he'd either go confront the guy and yell at him, which I didn't want because he needed help, or he'd get mad at me for not helping. So I never told him. Either way, thanks to car alarms for not letting me meet this man. When I was 15, my mom, my younger sister, and I living in a not-so-nice apartment. My mom took the couch and my sister and I got the bedrooms. I got first choice in bedroom, so obviously I chose the one with the window. So there was the main floor, which was the lobby, and then the floor above was considered the first floor. I mention this because every other apartment I've lived in, the first floor was the first floor. Outside the apartment windows were fire escapes, with landings on the first floor. Above the lobby, it was summer, and about 4 a.m. when I was laying in my bed trying to sleep with the lights off. When the moonlight, I noticed something out of my window. A flashlight clicks on, and it's a man in his maybe late 30s. I throw the blanket over myself, and I don't move because I'm terrified. He starts looking around my room with a flashlight, which felt like minutes, but in reality was maybe around 60 seconds. He then just left. I don't know where he went, and as far as I do know, he didn't come back. The next morning when leaving the building, police were there, and there was a pile of blood on the stairs between the lobby and the first floor. I have no idea if it was related, and it's been 15 years, so I'm not sure I'll ever know. To the man outside my window with a flashlight, let's not meet. I've never posted one of these before, but recently my friend brought up the story that I basically repressed, and I figured people on here would be interested. I'm also using the names from the Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. It's 3 a.m. so my brain can't come up with actual names. Before I begin, I will clarify right now that I absolutely never led this kid on. Everyone who knew about it while it was happening will say the same. I'm not a flirty person, and I was careful not to say or do anything to make this boy believe I was into him. So we are traveling back 7 years, all the way back to when I was 14 years old. It makes me feel old as heck. I was at a high school sport event. It was a Friday night game. I can't remember if it was football or a baseball game. All I know was it was the last day of school, before spring break. I wasn't super into school spirit. I was an emo kid and a loner for the most part, but my best friend pressured me into going. I reluctantly agreed, and looking back, I wish I didn't. I've known her since I was like 4, so if anyone can convince my stubborn ass to do something, it's 100% her. For the sake of anonymity, we'll call the stalker boy Zach, and my guy friend Cody. So I met Zach through my friend Cody. I probably spoke to him for 3 minutes. Honestly, it was more like an introduction, and I didn't vibe with the way he stared at me. So I went back to all the girlfriends, and we continued the night. After I got home, I received a text from Cody, saying Zach thought I was pretty, and wanted my phone number, so he gave it to him. I didn't really think much about it. I mean, it's not that I wanted him to have my number, but I was super close with Cody, and was reliable, so he would never give my number to someone if he thought something was off with them. So I wake up the next day, on a Saturday, and everything is fine. Towards the afternoon, I receive a text saying, "Hey, it's Zach. I got your number from Cody." So we had a small talk basically. I didn't want to be a jerk, so I'd respond, mainly because he was friends with Cody, so I didn't want to be rude. After about 45 minutes texting, he tells me he's leaving for a cruise and was really upset because I wasn't coming with him. So obviously, I asked what he meant, and he said he would miss me and hated to be away from me for a week. I definitely thought it was extremely weird, but I figured it was sarcasm or a joke. So I texted back saying something like, "LOL, we've spoken for less than an hour. I think you'll be just fine." And he was like, "Yeah, I guess." From my perspective, I had a lot going on in my life. I was very anxious talking to people. I suffer from depression and data issues. I wasn't someone who could just be like, "You're weird," block number. I was very shy and just didn't know what to do in this situation. So I will admit I let it go longer than I should have. But I was 14 and didn't realize who I was dealing with, to be honest. So he's on the cruise, and I didn't hear from him for about a week. Then eventually he gets off the boat and tells me I'm the first person he wanted to text. He even said he couldn't stop thinking about me and all the fun things we could have been doing while on the trip. The rest is pretty fuzzy, but all I remember is Zach kept saying weird stuff, like how he wanted to get married in the future, and how we were soulmates. How he's never been in love with anyone. He became obsessed with me for some reason. If I didn't respond, he would text me every 5 minutes on the dot, asking if I was mad at him, until I responded. It was very obsessive behavior. I would tell him I'm busy and he'd get upset. He just needed me to text him constantly. One day I basically told him that he was taking things too far and I was uncomfortable. I said I was sorry if I had somehow led him on, but I think of him more as a friend. He definitely didn't like that response. He was making fake Instagrams to harass me, telling me he was going to kill himself because I broke his heart, calling me a whore. My first kiss was at 18, and my first boyfriend was at 19, so you do the math on whether I'm a whore or not. He was just saying anything and everything to hurt me. I spent 6 hours apologizing, while he was telling me I'm a horrible person and should kill myself. It was just a fucked up conversation. I could not get Zach to leave me alone for months. After that, my friends had to sneak me around campus to avoid Zach. I'd have to cut through buildings and take the long way to steer clear from him. Eventually, after a few months, he stopped harassing me online, and I actually thought I was free. Now, flash forward to sophomore year. After months of being in a chemistry class, I noticed my friend, we'll call him Max, had the same last name as Zach. It's an uncommon last name, so I was like a little light bulb turned on in my brain, and I immediately asked if they were related. And he rolled his eyes and said, yeah. I was like, holy shit. We ended up chatting, and apparently I'm not the only girl Zach would harass. Max told me he got sent to another school and was put into therapy for basically being crazy and aggressive. Zach unfortunately was extremely abusive towards Max. I was relieved he was sent away, and Max was definitely more relieved that he was sent away. It just made sense why the harassment stopped so suddenly. Now we're entering junior year. Max had informed me his brother was enrolled back in our high school. Thankfully I had a heads up, but nothing would prepare me for when I saw him face to face. I walk into my English class and guess who's sitting in my goddamn classroom? If you guess Zach, you get a big ass gold star. The second we made eye contact, he smiled the creepiest smile I have ever seen. I was so scared, I almost shit my own spleen out. Thankfully, he never spoke to me or harassed me. However, he did spend every class staring at me, with that scary grin on his face. As much as I wish I was making this up, unfortunately, these are true events that really affected me in high school. When my friend brought it up the other day, it honestly felt like a fever dream, like I just forgot it was all real. It was hard spending 2 whole years of high school, terrified of bumping into him, not knowing what he would do, especially after finding out everything his brother, Max, went through. But now it's been years since I had to deal with him, so, Zach, let's never fucking meet again, dude. Hope you've gotten the help you need. Being home under quarantine has me thinking about all the weird things that have happened to me over the years. This happened either my junior or senior year of college. It was a Friday night and I was bored. I didn't feel like hanging out with my roommates, and my boyfriend was out with his friends. So I decided to drive to the local Barnes & Noble and browse the books and magazines. I've been a bookworm my whole life, and hanging out at a bookstore has always been one of my favorite things to do. I've been there maybe an hour, and I was in the sci-fi section, deciding which Octavia Butler book I wanted to read, and I noticed a guy staring at me from the opposite end of the aisle. He had a creepy vibe to him. His aura and the way he was staring gave me the heebie-jeebies, and I decided to ignore him, hoping he'd get bored and go away. All that moment, my mom called me on the cell and asked where I was and what I was doing, basically checking up on me, as moms are prone to do. I told her where I was, and there was this strange guy making me uncomfortable. Normally, I wouldn't have told her this because my mom is very overprotective and gets worked up about me being safe, which I understand and I'm thankful for, but she's a lot. So in that moment, I must have been nervous to share that with her, knowing that she'd get riled up, which of course she was. I told her I was moving aisles and she wanted me to stay on the phone, so she knew what was happening. I moved aisles and the guy moved aisles too. This happened a few times and I was finally done with his weirdness. I told my mom I was leaving and she suggested I talk to the manager about him. I told her no. I was parked close and just wanted to leave, and I'd call when I get home. Reluctantly, she said okay and we hung up. I had decided to check out the magazines before leaving, so I migrated into that direction, and a few minutes later, here comes old Creepy. Suddenly I hear a woman talking on the store intercom, and I realized I was paged, and was asked to come to the front of the store. They literally said my first and last name. Please report to customer service. What the hell? I thought. This night is getting weirder and weirder. Once I got there, the manager told me my mom had called. I told them that there was a man stalking me. Leave it to my mom. It was kind of embarrassing because I didn't want to make a big deal of it, but I truly was freaking out. I told the manager and she said, "Oh, that's so. He's here a lot. He's totally harmless." That irritated me. Harmless or not, following and staring at someone for over an hour in a store isn't cool. She said my mom asked if someone else could escort me to the car, and did I want that? I said yes, and she asked security to walk me out. The security guard was nice and said I did the right thing, and I felt better. He waited till I got in my car and I headed home. Of course, my mom called to make sure I made it home safely, and gave me a lecture about speaking up when I was in a situation like that. Fast forward to the next day. I'd been out somewhere and was heading home just as it was getting dark. I pulled up in the driveway, and there was a guy from the bookstore standing in the front of my house waving at me. I was freaking the fuck out. Backed out and immediately drove to my boyfriend's house and told him what happened. Obviously, he had followed me from the bookstore to my house, which was terrifying. My boyfriend drove with me back to my house, but of course the guy was long gone, or maybe watching out of sight. My boyfriend stayed for a couple of days, but the stalker didn't reappear. Shortly after that, I started seeing the stalker around town, at the grocery store a couple of times, and also at the laundromat. Prior to the night at the bookstore, I had never seen the dude in my life, so it was weird that he started popping up all over the place. He didn't say anything to me, but he would just wave. I didn't know what to do. I had no evidence that he was stalking me, and he hadn't harmed me physically. I'd even know who he was. My boyfriend started staying at my place more. He was a pretty mellow guy, but looked intimidating, about 6'4", and maybe around 250 pounds. And just as suddenly as the stalker appeared, he disappeared, and I never saw him again. I guess my boyfriend scared him off. Thank goodness. It was mid-July of 2019, when me and my friends were planning a weekend getaway at my friend's cabin. It was her grandfather's. When we would visit from Canada, he would let my friend stay with her friends for the weekend. Our parents would let us go only if we had a chaperone, cause who would let a bunch of 16-year-olds and one 17-year-old in a cabin for a weekend? My friend, who we will call S, decided to ask his older brother to look after us. He had just turned 25 the week before and said yes, cause he has nothing else to do. So, it would be me and they ate at my friend's with his friend's brother. It was the day before the trip and I was pumped. I was still packing my bag when I got a call from an unknown number. I thought it was one of my friends, so I stupidly answered. When I answered, it was just some guy breathing. I hung up pretty fast and quickly texted my group chat what happened. They said I was probably just nervous and excited for the trip. I thought they were right, and I was just being paranoid. So I put it behind me and went to sleep. The next morning was the day of the trip and my friends were picking me up. We piled into 2 cars and drove 3.5 hours to the cabin. It was a nice cabin, private beach, 5 bedrooms and a fancy-ass kitchen. Me and my friend Jay shared a room. Also probably should point out that it was 6 girls and 2 guys. So the girls shared a room, and the guys shared a room, and the chaperone slept on the couch. My room was on the first floor near the kitchen, which had a big window. This is a key detail for later. That night we were partying pretty hard, as teenagers do. All of us were drinking, blasting music, and being stupid. It wasn't until 1:30 we all went to our rooms and slept. It was about 4:30 when I got up and went to the bathroom. When I walked back, I noticed something from the window. It looked like someone staring at me. They waved and walked away. And I did what any rational person would do, scream my fucking head off. I woke up my roommates and 2 of the other girls. They asked what was wrong, and I was panicking, saying that there was a guy outside. Jay went to the kitchen, and me to get some water, only to realize our chaperone wasn't on the couch, and the door was open. All of a sudden, he runs back inside, with what looks like blood on his hands. He asked me if I was okay. Pretty much everyone in the house woke up and asked what was going on. When we were all hungover or still drunk, our chaperone told us when he went outside to take the trash bags full of alcohol bottles, and he noticed what looked like some guy who fit my description. Tall, fat, wearing all black. He asked him if he could help the guy, and the guy started attacking him, which is when he ran inside. My friend called the cops and they caught the guy the next day, when we were all eating breakfast. Apparently the guy was peeping Tom in town, and would look into girls' rooms and take pictures of them naked. We were able to enjoy the rest of our weekend, but we all mutually decided never to go to that cabin again after that. This happened a couple years ago when I was 16. It wasn't as scary as some of these posts, but still gives me chills to this day. I had just recently gotten my first job at a chain sandwich shop. It was located in the shopping mall outlet at the far end. There were quite a few businesses around, including a restaurant down the way, and a super Target on the other side of the mall, on the far end of the parking lot. My parents were always super protective and taught me at a young age to be aware of my surroundings, and to protect myself, and rarely even let me walk alone to begin with. On this particular day, I had left my phone at home because I wasn't allowed to have it at work, and had a daily time limit on it anyways. Thanks, Mom. I had ended up finishing up my shift early, and my mom was still shopping at the Target, so told me to go ahead and walk over to meet her. I began walking towards the Target and had to wait for passing cars. One silver car stopped and let me cross. I smiled and waved thank you, and the man in the car did the same, and turned on the street going the direction I was walking. I didn't think anything of it, as it was a relatively busy parking lot, and most of the shops are over on the other side by the Target. A minute or 2 goes by and I spot the same car, now driving in the opposite direction towards me. I make a mental note, but think I'm just overreacting. That is until he turns back around. At this point, I'm concerned and notice I'm now at a part of the mall that's a little less crowded, with a more empty parking lot. I get this uneasy feeling in my stomach that he's following me, and to test my hypothesis, I switch my direction. Instead of heading towards the Target, I walk towards the restaurant. The car immediately turns into the parking lot. I switched into freak-out mode and speed walk to the front doors. In my time of panic, I didn't realize that the parking lot of the restaurant was completely empty. I pull on the doors, and they're locked. They were apparently closed on Sundays. At this point, the man in the gray car was parked in the lot in front of the restaurant watching me. The way he was parked, I would have had to pass his car to go back on the path I originally was on. I stand there for a moment pretending not to notice and think about what to do next. I obviously don't want to walk any closer to the car than I already was. I decide to cut through the side shrubbery on the restaurant and head towards the closest shop I could find. The gray car comes out of the parking lot, still following me, and I bolt into the dollar store across from the restaurant. I see the gray car park, and I walk up to one of the cashiers and explain what happened, and ask if I can use the phone to speak to my mother. She says of course, and tells me to stay in here until my mom comes to get me. I call my mom and tell her about the car, and she of course freaks out. By this time, I think the man in the car caught on, because he eventually backs out and leaves. My mom shows up and thanks the cashier lady, and we drive to the Target. Aside from us both being shaken up, we were okay. It definitely ruined me from walking alone again. Now that I'm an adult and live on my own, I carry pepper spray and a pocket knife anywhere I go, just in case. I rarely walk anywhere unless I'm with someone, or it's only a few minutes away. It still scares me today to think of what could have happened, or what the man's intentions were. So to the man in the gray car, let's not meet again. For backstory, I'm a male, and grew up poor in a janky lower-class neighborhood in rural North Carolina. I was quite the loner type, still am. My mother was single and worked 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. on weekdays, so I was home alone during those hours in the summers, and after school during the school year. I had an older sister, but she was always busy with her social life, away from home. When I was young, around 10 or 11, I was playing in our front yard, under my dogwood tree that sits by the street. Out of nowhere, I hear someone speaking right behind me. Startled, I turn around to see a much older teen, 18 or so, that I've never seen before, standing literally 2 feet from me. I wasn't big on conversation, even with people I knew, so the fact that this guy was a stranger had me super stoic. He started asking me random things like, "Do you got a Nintendo?" and "What kind of cartridges do you got?" Uncomfortable, I made up an excuse to leave and ran back to the house. A few days later, I was in the kitchen getting a cup of juice after school. I reached into the fridge, grabbed the grape juice carton, and barely had it out of the fridge when I heard the door handle of the back door jiggle. The back door was 8 feet away from me, and it was located in the kitchen besides the washing machine. I started pouring the juice into my cup when suddenly the door swings open, and standing there staring at me in the doorway is the strange guy from a few days earlier. Knife in hand, we were both frozen, me in fear and him slightly surprised to see someone in the house. We locked eyes for what felt like minutes, but was only a few seconds. Long enough for me to overfill my cup, until the juice started flooding out onto the counter. Just as quickly as he had opened the door, he turned to head back outside and slammed the door behind him. No words were exchanged. I watched him casually walk past the kitchen window and back to the street. Fast forward a little while to when my family had returned home from church on a Sunday afternoon. Nothing was obvious at first, but we had been home for a bit. My sister discovered that the back of her window bedroom was cracked open, and the screen had been cut. To make this shorter, some items were stolen from our house, including jewelry, my bike, and not my Nintendo, but the AC adapter for my Nintendo, just so I wouldn't be able to play it anymore. My mom called the cops, and I was able to find a picture of the stranger in my older sister's high school yearbook. Turns out, he was wanted for stealing equipment from an office building in town, as well as a string of other crimes including assault. It took a while, probably 6 months, but the cops actually came back to our house and returned one of my mom's rings and my Nintendo power cable. I know the story isn't the scariest, but as a little kid, it was terrifying. I slept with a glass bottle against the door for months after that. Longtime reader, first time poster. I suppose this may not be as extreme as many of the other posts here, but as a 17-year-old girl, it's fair to say I shit a brick. So I'm 23 now, and as I mentioned, this happened when I was 17. In my last year of high school, I was the art chick. I was working on my portfolio so I could apply to art school. I mainly did landscapes, but part of the requirement for our portfolios was life drawing. Obviously, my high school didn't have any nude life drawing classes, so my art teacher linked me up to a life drawing class at the local university, which is one of the top art institutes in the UK. So from my school, I had to get a half-hour bus to the center of the city, and then walk maybe 15 minutes up a long stretch through the student district. It was a 6-week course, and this happened the 5th week. The class was really interesting, and I learned a lot since this was my first time working with life models. I was pretty confident and not too worried about walking home at night. The class finished at maybe 9 p.m., and it was pretty dark by the time I got out. So, 4 weeks walking there and back, uneventful. 5th week walking there, totally fine. 5th week walking back to my bus stop, also totally fine. 5 minutes at the bus stop, freaky as fuck. So the stop I had to wait at was outside the expensive private school in my city. There's a strip with about 4 bus stops, and it's always pretty busy. So busy that people don't even see what's happening right in front of them. So I must have been one of the first people there. So I'm standing just outside the shelter because I'm smoking, and obviously I don't want to be a dick and make other people breathe in my smoke. So there's only a few minutes left to my bus, and I'm minding my business when this guy comes and stands super close to me. Like, not as in infringing, but a bit of my personal space here close. Like literally I can feel him standing against me. He has to be in his mid-40s. It just had that general creepy fuck vibe. It looked really grubby and disgusting. So obviously, I'm a bit freaked out, and sidestepped away. So does he. I look at him and he has the creepiest smug grin. By this point, I'm like, okay, so he is trying to freak me out, and he knows I know. I step away again, like fairly far away this time. He follows me again, and is literally standing with the front of his body dead up against the back of mine. Honestly, I don't know how nobody noticed this or called him out. We were outside the shelter, and it was dark. People were on their phones, or their own conversations. I guess it must have just been that. 23-year-old me is so pissed off at what an idiot I was for just shrinking away from him. This was before I had a few more let's not meet experiences that have shaped my loud-ass radical women's rights advocacy. I literally just froze in the moment, even though there were people around who would have helped. I let this creep stand and push his dick up against me. Probably for the same reason we all allow this shit. I don't want to react. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. I don't want to seem rude. Please note that I'm no longer afraid of men. So anyway, it gets worse. After dodging this creep for a few more moments, as time dragged in slow as fuck, finally the bus comes around the corner. Now, I might not have reacted properly, but I'm not stupid. I know if I get on the bus before this guy, he's gonna sit next to me, which is what I need to avoid. So politely I gesture and say, after you. He gives me that creepy look again, and says, no, you go first. I insist, but he refuses again. There's a big queue now, and I don't want to hold anyone up, so I get on right before this guy. I get on the bus and do the only reasonable thing, which is to sit next to the old lady, right at the front of this empty bus. The seats are only in pairs, so there's no way he can sit beside me now. Like I said, this bus is almost empty. So where does he sit? In the seat directly behind me. Great. So, I'm just trying to ignore him, which is pretty difficult to do when this fucker keeps leaning forward and is literally playing with my hair. I have really long hair and his hands are on it. So don't ask me why, but at the time my phone wouldn't let me call my mom. But whenever I tried to text her, the sending bar would just stick. I don't know if anyone else has had this on the iPhone, but when the little green bars at the top gets to about 90% of the way along, then it just sticks. That's happened literally every time I tried to message her. Obviously, I was scared to call her. I didn't want him hearing what I had to say. I messaged my friend and told her what was happening, and that I thought that if I got off this bus, this guy would most definitely follow me. I still had a 10-minute walk home after I got off the bus, up a long straight road. So my friend calls my mom and tells her what's happening. My mom then calls me and relays what my friend had told her. Now, I've been on the bus for about 15 to 20 minutes, and my stop was coming up in 5. It's not a big city. My area is suburban, and I don't even know everyone, but I think I recognize most. I had never seen this guy before. He wasn't local to my area, so I reasoned he had definitely been on this bus longer than his stop. Anyway, when my mom called, I just said to her, I will be getting off this bus in 5 to 10 minutes. You need to get to the X street now and meet me. As soon as I said that, the creep pushes the button for the next stop. Literally as soon as I say it, he stands up, makes sure to bang into my arm, and drag his body hard across me as he walks past. Stares at me from the front door and through the window as the bus drives away. I'm not 100% certain if he actually had bad intentions, or if he just got off on freaking out a 17-year-old girl who was on her own. The fact that he pressed the button as soon as I confirmed someone was meeting me makes me think he did intend on following me. Didn't go to the final week of that class, so bus stop creeper. Let's not mean. 17-year-old me was scared. Me today would straight up burst your balls. Well, first this needs some explanation. When I was 10 years old, I had 2 good friends. One for whom is already a good friend of mine. We used to come out nearly every afternoon, but since we live in a rural area, there wasn't too many people or places to go. Since we all love animals, our hobby was giving food to every single animal out there. Of course, we gave them healthy things, and also clearing their water supply if they had one. Here, it's common for people to leave their horses and donkeys in the countryside, without any walls or these kinds of stuff. One day in summer, we went out pretty late, for what we were used to, like 9:30 p.m. Daylight in summer stays up to 10:30. We loved a donkey who was very friendly with us, but we always went for him last, since we had to crosswalk a river, which was so damn deep and fortunately dry. Well, that day, I had to stay with the backpacks while they were going to cross. After that, I would have to throw them to my friends and then cross myself. But while I was nearly going down, someone yells at me. He was a man, probably not too old, but intimidating as fuck. Creepy man says, "Hey, come here." He was driving a white van, alone in the middle of nothing. Me, barely managed to say hello. I'm too shy. Creepy man, "Are you alone?" Me, "No." I'd turn around, but of course they were all hidden. Even the donkey was gone into the woods. They left everything there, but there was not a single soul. Creepy man, "Where do you live?" At this point, I was so scared that in my mind, it was better not to tell the truth. So I set a direction just at the end of the path, not too far away. Creepy man, "You shouldn't be here alone. Come, I'll take you home." Me, "I have things to do." He seemed to see the backpacks. Creepy man, "You can carry them. There's lots of space here." After some more scary moments, one of my friends decided to go out and call me. He said bye and drove away. I preferred to think that the man was just a nice guy in an unfortunate situation. I saw him sometimes in the same path and he always smiled at me, but it was too scary for me. As much, I tried to hide every time I saw that white van. When I was a young chick, I worked for Starbucks for a while. Our store was in the shadiest part of town, in a retail park. The area consisted of council flats, where the local council places druggies, ex-cons, and people on various benefits. So although we have some nice customers who were there for a shopping spree, there were quite a few shady people too. This guy came in and acted like regular, asking every girl how we wore, etc. We had name tags. He was nice and chatty and made my skin crawl. The other girls loved him. The guy started to come in daily, usually came in around 1 p.m. and stayed until closing, 11 p.m. And sometimes he was very pushy about even staying after closing. He always insisted on helping bring in the outside furniture and stuff. Some managers and I were cautious, especially since we couldn't have anyone in the store after closing. He then started to pretty much groom girls, asking about if we were single, first boyfriends, favorite sex positions. Yeah, the youngest girl was 16, etc. Mind you, I grew up with narcissistic parents, so I learned how to read people at a very early age. Also, I've always been interested in psychology, and I studied it for a few years. This guy irked me from day one, but I was nice to him because I'm very passionate about not starving to death, so I needed the job. One day, he started to tell me that he had a fight with his parents and they threw him out. He looked very sad and told me that he now needs to sleep in his van, a white unmarked van. However, since he knows I'm closing that day, he'd love to take me home with his car because it's not the nicest neighborhood. I almost laughed. This was such a textbook way to abduct young women. He was doing everything just as my lecture said a serial killer / rapist would do. Sadly, for him, I'm not a normal girl. Thanks to my rather cruel upbringing, I scored extremely high on the psychopathy test. Almost psycho by nature, as I was informed. But I'm not one though. I love cats. I just tell him no, once without a fake smile for him to notice I'm not a prey. He moved on to the other girls, and I notified the manager about his creepy behavior in order to protect our young girlies. One of them was a sweet, innocent, and a bit naive girl. The creepy guy targeted her next, after my shift leader also laughed in his face. He told this young girl his sob story and expected empathy, which he got. She agreed to be taken home by him, and she even offered him a couch to sleep on. Luckily, my manager was a mama hen type of woman, and she firmly told our young barista to be more careful around strangers, and that she will be going home with her. Also, creepy guy was banned from the store. The manager notified security around the park. I'm afraid I don't have a happy ending to this story. All I know, that the police were later involved. Somehow he disappeared from the area. So creepy Starbucks guy, who were after young innocent girls. Let's not meet again. I already posted this story as a comment under another thread, but I figured it deserves its own post, as it hands down the most unsettling experience of my life. This happened when I was visiting some family members in Florida. We were having dinner one night when my uncle started telling us silly stories from his youth. He mentioned going to Casa Daga with his friends a couple of times, and immediately the rest of his family started chiming in with their respective Casa Daga stories. Not being a Florida native, I asked them what the hell is Casa Daga. My uncle told me that it was a small town not too far from away where they lived. Okay, nothing too interesting about that. Then he told me that it has a reputation for being the psychic capital of the world, and that he and his friends would go there in high school, because there was a rumor that it was haunted. Being a lover of all things creepy and paranormal, I immediately wanted to go and see what all the fuss was about. My uncle, being up for anything, agreed to take me. Mind you, we had just finished dinner, so this was around 9 p.m. My uncle, myself, and 2 other family members got in his truck and started driving there. After about an hour of driving, we turned onto a narrow gravel road. There were absolutely no lights on this road. This happened during the summer of 2016, when that whole crazy clown craze was going on. So when we found ourselves in complete darkness, in the middle of nowhere, all I could think of was some freak in a clown costume jumping out and scaring us. We passed a lot of houses as we were driving, none of which had any lights on. Granted, it was almost 11 p.m. at this point, but I found it hard to believe that no one had any lights on in their house. It definitely added an eerie atmosphere. We finally made it to the hotel without any clown interference, to my delight. It was the only building that had any lights on. For clarification, we weren't planning on staying at the hotel. My uncle just wanted to show me around and maybe talk to the locals a bit. 12, we parked in the tiny parking lot in front of the entrance and got out of the car. I'm not sure what compelled us to do so, but we all left our respective car doors open. We walked up to the hotel and started looking inside. The lights were on, but there was no one inside. I found this odd because we were all potential customers, and I was expecting someone to come out and greet us. As we're all standing by the entrance, a silver car pulled up to the parking lot. It slowed down in front of us, and suddenly a man stuck his head out the window. "You're going to regret this," he yelled and drove off. Not a word was exchanged between my family members and I. Within a split second, we booked it back to the car. My uncle started driving us back to the highway so that we can get home. At this point, I'm already freaked out. So when a black SUV with garbage bags taped over the windows started trailing us, I started praying. It was the middle of the night. There were still no lights on the small road we were driving on, and now some madman was trying to run us off the road. Every time my uncle would speed up in order to avoid getting rear-ended, the guy in the black SUV would speed up too. We were driving at such an incredible speed that it only took us a couple of minutes to get to the road that connected to the highway. The SUV was still tailgating us at this point. Halfway down the road, I noticed a familiar car parked on the side of the road by a ditch. It was the silver car from before. The driver was pulling something out of the trunk, and we were approaching him. Because of the speed at which we were driving, I couldn't see what he was getting out clearly. Although I didn't see what was in his trunk, I didn't have a good feeling about it. When we finally got to the end of the road, my uncle was so desperate to get out of there that he ran a red light that turned onto the highway. The black SUV didn't follow us onto the highway. We never really talked about what happened that night, and I had basically forgotten all about it up until today. I wrote this a few months back in response to a post asking for times people felt like they had to get the fuck out, ASAP. Even though it happened a few years ago, I still think about it from time to time, and wanted to share. During my final year of university, I was working at this roadside farm/shop restaurant. It closed around 8 at night. But with cleaning, down the kitchens, etc., I usually didn't leave until well past 9. It was winter, so by then it was totally dark outside. A little further down the road from the farm shop was a layby. I don't know what they're called outside the UK. Basically just a little semicircle of tarmac next to the road, where drivers can pull in. There was a little burger stall there, but it was never open in the winter. On my way to work, when it was still light, I began to see a white van, about the size of a moving van, parked in the layby, with a man sitting behind the driver's seat. It seemed like one day he was just parked there and never left. At one point I thought he might be dead, because he was absolutely always sitting very still behind the wheel, not even looking at a book or his phone, from what I could tell. Then again, I only caught a brief glimpse as I was driving. Eventually, I realized he must be alive because the van was always in a slightly different place. The layby was maybe 30 meters long, and each day I passed the van was a different spot. This was a very rural area, with nothing nearby except 1 or 2 remote houses, and the farm shop. He definitely wasn't trying to get around any parking laws, as it was just a currently deserted bit of land. My shifts weren't always consistent, so sometimes I would be driving past early in the morning, or during the middle of the day, and he was always there. I got really used to seeing him, and probably too complacent. I was a smoker at the time, and loved to unwind as soon as possible after work with a cigarette. One night I pulled into the layby after work about 15 meters behind this van, and stood right next to my car to smoke. It was very dark and very quiet, but my headlights were on low, and I could see into the space in front of me. About a minute in, the van's lights come on, then his reverse lights. He backs about 4 to 5 meters, stops, rolls forward a few inches, then back a couple more. His door opens and he hops down, and rocks right in front of his van, where I can't see him. The way my car was angled, it was doing a better job at lighting up the front side of the van, and the left was kind of lost in the darkness of the road. I became really fixated on the left side. I just felt like something was wrong, and like I had about 0.2 seconds to get out of that situation. The fear I felt was intense. I couldn't drop my cigarette and get into the car fast enough. It probably took 3 seconds top, but it felt like I was moving through water. I managed to drive away. The van and driver stayed there for a week or so more, always sitting. When he disappeared, I felt relief, but on my way home from work another time, I spotted the van in an escape route at the bottom of a hill. I drove down on my way home from work. Eventually, I moved away and didn't see him again. It's really hard to describe the fear that man gave me. Every time I caught sight of him through his windshield after that near encounter, I still have so many questions, but I don't mind living in a mystery just to avoid seeing that man again. So, this is something that happened to me about 10 years ago. I was 14 at the time, and had just moved to a new house, with my mother and father. I'm also a female with a slim build. I always have been skinny for as long as I can remember. We had just moved to New York, and it seemed to be a great place at first. Sure, there were some rude people, but that's like anywhere you live. I had to take the subway to get to school, and at the time, both my parents worked in the mornings, and we didn't have any other way to get myself to school. By this point, it had been a few weeks, and I really was starting to enjoy the ride in the early mornings. I would have to leave around 5 a.m. to make it from my house to the station and catch the train that would take me to school in time. So keep that in mind. I also didn't have a phone at the time. There were smartphones when this happened, but they were very expensive. My family didn't have the money to afford one for myself. I want to say it was a Monday morning when this had happened, and that might have been why my mind was elsewhere. I had a lot of projects that kept myself busy on the weekends. I don't have any brothers or sisters, and the only cousins I did have were close to 800 miles away. So I would build things in my room, or draw a lot. That was really fun. And now with this quarantine business, I have found myself doing those things again. That's what triggered this memory that I had buried away for so long. I had just gotten on the morning subway and noticed there weren't many people as there were usually. In fact, there was nobody on it, except myself and an older man. He was very tall, slender, had long unkempt hair that covered most of his face. He also was wearing some beat-up clothes. I can see him ahead now even as I type this out. I am extremely socially awkward, so looking at people when I'm in public can be hard if not impossible at times. Now I wear headphones in my ears so others will not talk to me. But like I said before, I could even afford a phone, so an MP3 player was out of the question as well. I did, though, have a book with me that I would read, so I did what I usually did and put the book up and buried my face in it. Looking back now, I wish I had not. Otherwise, I might have seen him making his way across the subway cart and closer to me. I remember reading my book, and all of a sudden this strong smell started to linger around me. It was very stale and smelled like piss, to be honest. I suspect he was homeless. When I catch the smell, it breaks my attention to my book, and I look up. And when I did, I saw him standing there right in front of me. Now all of these red flags I should have seen were going off like crazy. He just stood there for a long time, not saying anything at first. I still couldn't see his face, and his hands were shaking. He spoke softly and I couldn't hear him. I stuttered out the words, "I'm sorry?" Then he screamed at me, "You're gonna be sorry." The next part is kind of a blur. I remember him putting his hands over my face and pushing me into my seat. I was in such shock I couldn't even scream. Not that anyone could hear me anyways. I did try to push him off myself, but it was no use. He was not much bigger than myself, besides his height, but I still could not get him to budge. He started to whisper things in my ears that didn't make any sense. Some of it sounded like words, and some of it sounded like a mixture of many words. I remember the train announcer saying that the next stop was coming, and I felt some sort of ease pass over me. He must have heard this too. The next thing I knew, he was grabbing me by the feet and started to drag me to the far end of the cart. I had tried to hold on to the bars as best as I could, at this point now crying for help. As he was pulling me, the train had started to slow down and made us stop. I remember he was trying to put his hands over my mouth and face, and he was sitting on my leg so I couldn't get away. I couldn't see anyone at first getting on the subway, and the fear that when the doors closed again, he would most likely kill me set me into shock. I couldn't even move if I wanted to at this point. But just as the doors seemed like they were going to close, 3 other teenagers had jumped into the train and were laughing. I don't think they noticed us in the corner at first, but something came over me and I bit his hand as hard as I could. He screamed and that got their attention. They looked around at first, and when they spotted him, 2 of them had charged him, and one of them that I could see was calling out of the train to someone. They pulled him off of me and started to push him against the seats, and now whoever was being called to was coming onto the subway. It was one of the security guards that worked in the subway, and he was running to them. I just sat there for a long time. He was escorted off the cart and they asked if I was okay. I don't remember a lot that was exchanged, but they did ask if there was anyone I could call. And me being 14, I didn't want to get in trouble. I said no and that I was fine. I spent the next couple of weeks covering my bruises with my mother's makeup, so no one would notice. Until this day, I still haven't told anyone in my family what happened. I never got on a subway alone again. So, Subway Man, I pray we never meet again. I'm not the best writer, but I will give this a shot. This happened a few days ago and I still feel like it just happened. I live in San Diego and we have a public transit system that most people call the Trolley. To use it, you need a pass that you tap on a check-in station when you get there so you can ride it. Sometimes people just sneak on the trolley without a pass, and no one really does anything about it. I actually have a student pass that I use, even though my school has closed down, and I'm being homeschooled now. But the pass still works, and I just got on the trolley and there wasn't very much seating. Sometimes people will actually stand in the middle when it gets really packed. I was on my phone watching TikToks and listening to some of my favorite narrators to pass the time. Luckily, the seat I got on had no one in it. You can fit about 2 people per seat, and the seats face each other, so it would be 2 people next to another 2 people facing you. I was looking out the window when I felt someone sit next to me. He was not much older than me. I'm in the 9th grade, and I would have figured he might have been a senior, or maybe even a sophomore. I'm pretty friendly, so I said hello to him. He just gave me a slight smile. I went back to my phone and didn't pay him much attention after that. I was already 10 minutes into my next video when I felt something warm on my leg. When I looked over, I could see his hand on my leg, and now was having red flags popping up. I didn't want to say anything to make it more awkward than it already was. I just kind of nudged my leg over so he could get the hint, but that didn't seem to work. He started to work his hand deeper, if you know what I mean, and started to really tighten up his grip. At this point, I just got the courage and stood up and walked away. I wasn't sure what else to do, so I ended up standing on the trolley waiting for my stop. But when it came up and I got off, he followed me. I was now really scared. It was already late and there was not much light out. I turned the corner and figured that if I went to a local CVS, he would not follow me. But I was wrong. I made my way around the store and could see in the large mirror that hangs above the walls that he was still in the store. I ended up going to the bathroom and calling my dad. I waited on the toilet for a good 20 minutes when I heard a knock on the door. I wasn't sure if it was the man or not, until I heard a familiar voice call out my name. It was my dad, and at this point, I was already in tears. He walked me out of the store and asked if the man was still in the store, anywhere, but I couldn't see him. We did end up calling the police, but they said there was nothing they could do, because there wasn't really anything he did. My dad calls bullshit and says that they're just lazy. I just wanted to get out of the house for a bit, but it ended up almost so wrong. I pray I never see him again. This is not my story, but something that happened to my mom when she was younger. Something that happened to myself recently led me to asking her some stuff, and this is what she told me. This takes place back in the late 80s. My mother lived with my grandparents and my uncle at the time. She would take the subway with her older brother to school. Now, my uncle was a few years older than her, so they would split up at some point on the ride, and he would go to his high school and she would go to her middle school. She said that day she had seen a strange man on the subway that kept looking at her and smiling. She did her best not to pay him much attention, and she went off on her way to school, and forgot all about him after class started. She had said that the day went pretty uneventful besides a food fight that had started but ended really fast, and her school got to close sooner than her brother's, so she would have to either take the subway to his stop and wait for him, or just take it home. That day she decided to wait for his school to get out. She got off the subway when it was his stop and sat on a bench that they decided would be the meetup spot for times like that. She said once everyone had left the platform and got onto the next subway, she sat there for a while, when all of a sudden she heard a whistle. The sound echoed across the platform and she couldn't tell what direction it was coming from. She looked around back and forth and did not see anyone, until from behind a support pillar she saw a man's face speak out. She said his smile was the first thing she saw, and it was the man from that morning. My mom said that he didn't really do anything but just smile at her and kept on whistling that strange tune. But when my mom got up to walk up the stairs, she heard footsteps behind her. Soon they turned into fast footsteps and hard breathing. She looked back and saw this man now in a full sprint coming at her. She had just made it to the stairs when he pulled on her backpack, sending her to the ground. My mom said she couldn't remember much after that, as she hit her head really hard and was knocked unconscious. When she woke up, she felt something on her chest and neck. This man was now attempting to take her clothes off and do things I don't feel very comfortable typing. When she heard a familiar voice, it was her brother, and he ended up wrestling with a man for a while. My mom says that the stranger ended up running away, and that nothing ever came up after that. He was never caught, and even though this happened over 35 years ago, she can still hear his whistle at night. I get really upset thinking about what happened to her, and she only told me this story once, so sorry if I couldn't get everything she told me in here. This is not necessarily as scary as some of the stories on here, but I love reading this type of stuff, and I figured I'd share the closest I've ever gotten to a bad let's not meet situation. It happened roughly 4 years ago when I was in college, and before I owned a car. It was dark and I was waiting for my bus to get back to campus at a deserted bus stop across from a closed church, which had burned down not long before then. Typically, when I would wait for the bus, I'd keep my earbuds in, rarely had to interact with anyone. At some point, a man approached the bus stop from the direction of the church and started talking to me. Since I had the earbuds in, I had to take them out and ask him to repeat what he wanted. He asked me if I could help him out with a few bucks, because he was from the other side of town and needed some cash to get back. He didn't smell of alcohol, at least not that I could detect, and didn't look like a homeless person. I often don't carry cash in my wallet, but that night, I may have had some $5 to $10 in there, although normally I may have given someone like him a couple of bucks. There was something off that I felt about him. He was wearing all black clothes, with a hat on his head, and periodically would put his hands inside of the pockets of his jacket. I am generally a cautious person, and tend to be less than trusting of strangers, and when you add the fact that we were alone at a bus stop after dark, I had a feeling that taking out my wallet would be a bad idea, even though I really had very little cash in there. So I apologized to him and said that I didn't have any cash on me and that I couldn't help him. I put the earbuds back in and casually took a few steps away, hoping to indicate the conversation was over, but he continued speaking, so I had to take one earbud out. Now he was doing the, "Come on, help a brother out" routine, and all I could do was continue telling him that I really had no cash on me, otherwise I definitely would have helped him. This went on for a few minutes. Now, despite me being a 6-foot dude, and having maybe a few inches over this man, I'm not a people person, and any interaction of the sort can be anxiety-inducing, and the way he wouldn't just give up was really starting to worry me. What happened next, I'm still not completely sure if it was real, or just my adrenaline-filled brain fooling my eyes. But for a second, I thought I saw him pull out a blade. I thought I saw him pull out a small blade from his left jacket pocket and quickly put into his right one. He didn't threaten me. He didn't exactly tell me that he had a weapon, or that I had to give him stuff. As far as I saw it, it was just a sly way of showing me that he was armed, to inspire me to be more generous. At this point, I was in a fight or flight mode, and was discreetly clutching my own foldable knife in my jacket pocket because I knew I have to defend myself if he got tired of playing nice. On the outside though, the conversation still followed the same back and forth, with him asking me to help him out, and me repeating that I couldn't help him. Since at that point he hadn't threatened me yet, I decided to take my best shot to try to avoid confrontation, was to walk away myself. So I tell him the bus was taking too long, and I just started walking towards the next closest stop, hoping the bus wouldn't pass when I was between them. As I was walking, I glanced back and saw the guy was following me, at a distance still calling out to me why I didn't want to help him. Lucky for me, after I reached the bus stop, not a minute passed, and just as the guy was approaching me, again my bus came, and I hopped in glad to be around other people again. The guy didn't follow and simply stayed behind, at the bus stop, probably waiting for the next person he could bother. It took me the ride home to process what had happened, and could have happened that night. And when I got off the bus next to my apartment building, I decided to call 911, just to notify them to be on the lookout in the area. I'm not certain if the guy was actually dangerous, or if he really wanted to get home, but either way, I sure would rather not meet him again. So, I've posted on here once before. I said I would post again, so here it is. As I said before, I lived in a rough area as a kid. I had drug dealers that my family shared a wall of, our home with many times. People would get assaulted, robbed, and even a few murders happened. Growing up in the late 90s, early 2000s, we'd be outside a lot from spring till the end of fall. The houses were organized in giant ovals, and they were all shared at least 2 walls with the homes next to each other, unless you lived on the end like we did. We had woods behind us that stretched for a few miles, along with a pretty gross lake that no one ever wanted to fish in. We used to have forts built into the woods. We'd have to replace every other year due to blizzards destroying them. One summer, a few kids that were related to the neighbor came down from another state. The kids, Maddie, Mark, and Michael, we decided with each extra hands would be a good time to redo our forts. We, Joe, Rob, Jesse, Maddie, Mark, Michael, and I, all decided to wake up early to gather supplies and begin to walk into the woods. The area of the woods we put our forts had both a bunch of trees and light from the sun, besides this old rusty fence in the middle of the woods that went down to part of the lake. Nothing else was around. Maddie, Mark, and Michael were excited because they were from the city and never really had any chance to freely wander in the woods before. The rest of us, on the other hand, were always in the woods, but this time something was different. The air was changed, and we felt as if we weren't alone. After being out there for 4 hours, We took a break and went to the store near us for some snacks. When we all got our packs full, we headed back. The same feeling was with us when we went back into the woods. Even most of our supplies we left in the woods, like nails, tape, string, were all gone. Our friend Joe even lost his bracelet his girlfriend gave him. As the day went on, we didn't think too much about it, because we're kids having fun. We went back to the next day after swimming for a few hours. All the previous day's worth of work was destroyed. Hours of time spent for nothing. We took the time looking around and found nothing, not even a sign anyone had been around since we left. School vacation ended and the kids that were visiting left. A bunch of houses got broken into this year, and people thought it was neighbors that had issues with each other. This happened for months on end. After 2 months of having this, people started realizing that no one that lived in any of the houses were doing any of it. My area had the most working lights, so only 2 houses were ever close to being broken into. All the parents were on high alert as school was coming close to the end of the year. As July of this year, we had 38 apartments broken into, and unrelated murder. All the kids weren't allowed out past 8 p.m. once it got dark. Maddie, Mark, and Michael came down for a short vacation. They decided to go back into the area where we had made forts. I figured because I didn't want to go to the store with my family and had nothing better else to do, I'll go too. Every few yards we'd hear something snap, a branch as if we were being followed, but never saw a thing. We did find our stuff left over from months prior, but we didn't think we would have. Anyways, however, we found something else, a campsite. Besides a few red pants, a sweater, and just one camo Nike Air Force sneaker, it was mostly food wrappers and soda bottles. Maddie started to freak out, as he swears he saw someone watching us from the trees near a small creek. They panicked and ran. I didn't see anything, but I ran too. They stayed at Jesse's house at night. I have a gravel road behind my house that goes behind a few other homes, Jesse's included. I had Rob stay the night like he almost always did back then. He woke me up hearing someone walking around. He saw a very tall, slender man in a black hoodie walking fast past from Jesse's house. The next day we found out that someone broke the lights behind the house and tried to get into Jesse's house. Stupidly, we all went back the next day. Joe, Rob, Jesse, Maddie, Mark, and Michael and I. We all felt like we were being watched instantly. Jesse fell and hurt his leg badly, so Joe and Mark, being the strongest, brought him home. The rest of us wished we would have left as they did. We found the camp again, and found some shards of glass in the lights with some blood on it. The tent was knocked over, and as we went to leave, that's when the guy in the black and white hoodie with red pants and no shoes came running at us from the other side of the woods. None of us got a good look at his face. We split up and went different ways home. I found Mark hiding in a dumpster near my house. We told my family, which were beyond mad. The cops went to the camp and found no man or tent. They found that Nike shoe and the clothes he was wearing when he chased us. We never saw this man's face, but he saw ours. Years later, that part of the woods was bought by a company to make a mini golf course. They found a rusty shotgun in the woods. The man living in the woods is whom everyone believes is the one breaking into the homes. It makes sense thinking about it now. None of us live there anymore, and sadly one isn't alive anymore. We all remember that event, and the ones that have kids now are really protective of them when they go home to visit our parents, who still live in those homes. I live in a really small area, but I don't drive, which can sometimes be a real pain. Occasionally, if I can get a lift from a friend or a taxi, I hitchhike to the nearby towns, about 10-minute drive either way. This has never really been an issue, as I usually end up finding out the driver knows my parents, either through their work or because both sides of the family are from the area and everyone pretty much knows everyone. So one day I finish work and can't get a lift home. I decide to hitch, and pretty quickly a car stops. It's on the main road, and there's quite a few cars behind the one that stopped for me, so the guy drives and pulls off pretty fast. I buckle my seatbelt and say, "Thank you so much," and the driver, who's around his mid-50s, maybe responds with, "Why are you thanking me?" But before I can answer, he says, "I'm a rapist," and begins to laugh. I'm horrified, but laugh nervously along with him, wondering if maybe it's just a dark sense of humor, which is fine, but this was definitely not an appropriate situation. I put my hand into my pocket and flip my pen/pen knife open just in case, but he begins talking casually about the weather, asking where I'm going, and so the rest of the drive goes pretty normally until we reach my village. I say to him, "Anywhere along this road is fine to drop me off." He pulls the car off the road really quickly and suddenly seems extremely angry and just yells, "Get the fuck out of my car!" So I politely thank him for the lift, because that's just how I am. I almost fell out of the door trying to get out as fast as possible. Still, to this day, I'm not sure if he was serious or not. If maybe it was some kind of mental health issues, that would explain his rapid-fire mood swings. Or even perhaps if he was just trying to scare a young woman out of doing something dangerous as hitchhiking. I still hitchhike, but a lot less liberally than I used to. So, to the strange man in the car, let's not meet again. Sorry, it's long. I'm a very descriptive person. To start this off, I'm a female, and at the time this event happened, I was 14 years old. I went to an annual convention called Anime Expo, hosted in LA. That trip was my first year going to the convention. That year, I was dressed up as a character named Meliodas from the anime 7 Deadly Sins. I made my costume, even the sword in the sheath, and even made the sword in a way that it can attach and sit in the sheath, so I don't have to hold it all day. And I don't mean to sound full of myself, but I did have one of the better Meliodas costumes that day. A lot of people don't have the prop, or just wore a white shirt, vest, and tie, and called it a day. There is no way putting them down on their costumes. Cosplaying is meant to be fun. The character Meliodas is a boy, and I may be a girl, but when I was 14, I didn't have a girlish figure. I'd even have to wrap myself, but me not looking much like a girl didn't stop this creep. I went with my mom and sister that year. My mom doesn't really like the convention, so she waited near the front to sit while my sister and I explore, with a known time to meet with my mom. My sister's the same age as me, by the way. She didn't dress up that year, and she regrets it. As my sister and I are exploring, occasionally people are asking me for pictures and giving compliments, which I soaked up like a sponge. Then this one guy came up to me. The best way to describe him is as a neckbeard, but not quite. He was much taller than me, around 6 feet. He asked me for a picture, and requested that I grope his pecs. Meliodas is a character known for groping another character, Elizabeth. He asked me with a smile, but his eyes didn't match. His eyes looked creepy. I told him I'd hover, but not touch. So I posed with the picture with a smirk. And that was that. He thanked me, then knelt down close to me, and said something quiet enough that only I could hear. "Your costume is really nice. I could even tell that you were a girl at first until I walked up to you. And let me tell you, even in that costume you look beautiful." Thoroughly creeped out, I stepped back from him, stuttering out a "thank you." He smiles and waves, with those same creepy eyes. His smile was warm, but his eyes absolutely didn't match. I grab my sister's hand and I drag her away with me, trying to get as far away from him as possible. She asked me what he said to me, and when I told her, she was just freaked out as I was. We didn't want to go to her mom just yet, as we still had over an hour, and we didn't want to cut it short due to one guy. This was a huge convention. We continued walking around. Then I got this weird feeling. I looked around me, and there he was. I could see him looking at me through a shelf of plushies. Those same creepy eyes. I dragged my sister away, and the two of us escaped into a crowd and headed towards Artist Alley, an alley for specific artists to sell their work. Artist Alley was way busier than the main convention hall, so I thought it'd make it easier to not see him again, but I was wrong. I turned a corner and go towards one of my favorite artists, and there he was, standing at the booth I was going to. He turned and saw me, and then gave me the creepy smile and wave. "Meliodas," he called out. "Can I get another picture?" Since we're in a clear view of everyone in Artist Alley, and my sister, who knew what was happening, was with me, I stupidly accepted. I'm too polite, but I considered the previous factors before accepting. For this photo, I held my broken sword against his neck, upon his request. He then snakes his hand down onto my lower back. I pressed my sword harder onto his neck in response, even though the sword couldn't do any harm to him. It's a good threat. He, however, didn't take the hint, and laughed a creepy laugh that matched his creepy eyes, as his hand slid down to my ass. I slapped his hand away and ran with my sister. Now at this point, he ran after me. My sister and I tried to escape through the crowd, but he keeps finding me. We finally run up to a meeting point with my mom in front, where there were security guards. I run to my mom, who by coincidence is casually chatting with a security guard. I run up to her and tell her what was happening. The guy has caught up and is just exiting the door to the main hall. When I point him out, the creepy smile plastered on his face makes it easy for the guard to spot. The man and the guard disappear into the crowd. The guard came back empty-handed, saying that he got away and they can't find him. I was asked a few questions, but nothing could come from it. So creepy guy who grabbed and followed me around Anime Expo. Let's not meet again. I was around 3 years old. Enough to talk, but little enough to still be in the car seat. I was waiting in the car with my sister while my mom ran to the hardware store. She said she'd only been gone for 2 minutes, but to me, that 2 minutes felt like an eternity, because my sister was obnoxious, bossy ass, know-it-all, bona fide bitch, and ever the moody, introverted toddler I was at my wit's end. I can't remember exactly what she did to piss me off, but I assume it was making me play Spelling Bee, which was me being forced to listen to her spell out loud. If I made any noise or distract her, she'd start all over again. I swear, I still get triggered at the word optometrist. Whatever it was, I couldn't take it anymore. It's worth noting here that baby me was also a bit of an asshole escape artist. Nothing gave me more pleasure than prison breaking out of wherever, stroller, crib, etc. I was in, and hiding nearby while my parents ran around in hysterics thinking I had been taken. Yo fam, if you're reading this, my bad. Apparently, I Houdini'd my way out of the car seat and stared defiantly at my sister, while my teeny doughboy fingers opened the sliding door, and I was gone. My sister self-righteously ran inside to tattletale on me. My mom ran to the car, looked everywhere, scoured the parking lot, and couldn't find me. Panic set in. She ran back inside and screamed for help. The whole store went into lockdown and started furiously searching high and low, but I was nowhere to be found. One employee remembered the busy 4-lane highway just outside and thought I could have tried to cross it. He didn't want to alert my mom because he knew, in all likelihood, he could be finding a body instead of a baby, so he quietly slipped away and set out to find me. Preparing for the worst, he sprinted up and down the hallway with no avail. So he crossed into the sprawling parking lot of a nearby strip mall. It's pretty far distance from one side to the other, but not many cars were there that day, so he had a clear line of sight. There was also a Wendy's at the opposite corner of the lot, and something caught his eye. He saw an older woman standing by her car with the door open, talking to a little girl several feet away. It felt off, She was too old to be this girl's mother. He started walking towards them. The woman inched closer and closer to the little girl, until finally she bent down and picked her up, and put the little girl in the back seat, which, mind you, had no car seat. He got there just as the woman was getting to the driver's seat. He approached the woman, and politely but sternly said, "Ma'am, that's not your baby, is it?" She laughed nervously, and insisted she was just trying to get the little girl to go with her, so she could take her to find her mom. Who knows if she was telling the truth or not, but the man played along to avoid incident. He thanked her and said that he knew where the mom was, and that he would take it from here. He smoothly got the little girl from the back seat and made a beeline back to the hardware store. And, you guessed it, that little girl was me. The man walked in like a hero with little asshole Houdini punching on his hip. My mom was beside herself, bawling her eyes out, while my snot-nosed sister was grinning at all the trouble I was sure to be in. My mom could hardly get the words "thank you" out, but she likes to think he knew. Somehow she never got his name, which completely blows my mind. But I think she was just so traumatized by that day, and probably embarrassed, that she never wanted to think about it again. The hardware store is long gone by now, so I may never get the chance to thank him for saving me, while bawling my eyes out like my mom did that day. But I like to think he knows, and to the old Wendy's wench who almost successfully snatched me, let's not meet. I guess I should give this some backstory before I get into the story. I became homeless in late January, so I'm living in my car with my 120-pound female mastiff, who is a guarding breed. She keeps me very, very safe and always has. We have a routine in the mornings. First, I walk her at my cousin's house. Then I go to a local rest stop to use the facilities, and brush my teeth and wash my face and whatnot. After that, I go to the park and ride right by the rest stop to walk my dog again. Because of the virus, lots of people frequent this park and ride to either sit and read, listen to podcasts or audiobooks, or to nap. Now, when I have to walk my dog, I leave the back door of my car open because she is old and arthritic, and it's hard for her to get in and out of the car. I usually have to lift her from under her belly to load her into the car. I also leave it open that way because she's fear-aggressive with humans, due to being abused as a puppy, and she is a dog aggressive. So, I like to make sure I can get her in the car quickly, if I need to. I also like to park my car between a large van and an SUV that are seemingly abandoned there, or just left there for whatever reason, so that my car is kind of hidden and nobody will park by me. Last week the van wasn't at the park, so I parked to the left of the SUV, as usual, with a huge space between my car and any other cars in that row. I was walking my dog in the grass pretty far away from my car, and as usual, I had the car running, with the back door slightly open. I was far enough from it that you wouldn't know it was mine if you passed by. While walking my dog, I noticed a flash from a silver car out of the corner of my eye, and thought it might be a state trooper if it was, because I had been paranoid and had anxiety disorder, that he might reprimand me for walking my dog there. I stayed calm and continued to walk with my dog, intent on getting her to do her business so we could get back to the car and leave. The car passed by once more, and I noticed it wasn't a state police car. It was a silver Honda with an old man driving. He was purposely driving as close as he could to my dog, and I without hitting the curb, and I was literally just crawling the car along our path. When I turned around, he did too. He crept past me once more, staring out of his window at me the entire time, and not even watching the road. I got agitated at that point, and resigned myself to the idea that I would have to confront him if he continued to stalk us. He passed by once more, crawling again and trying to get closer. When he realized I was heading for the cars, he turned around again. I got Karma, my dog, in the car and settled myself into the driver's seat, and took some time to give her a bowl of fresh, clean water, her treats, and took a moment to plug in my laptop to my inverter and charge it for later. I saw the silver car out of the corner of my eye again, and watched as the old man parked a few cars away from mine, in the same row, next to a man in a black pickup truck. that I noticed was watching the old man curiously. I was thankful for the man in the truck that was there and watching, and he noticed the way the old man was creeping by me and stalking me. The old man purposely reverse parked, so his window was lined up with my driver's side window, and continued to belligerently stare at me from out of his window. As I did what I needed to before, I'd leave the park and ride. He was leaning against his door with his head out, and just staring straight at me, not even blinking. I ignored him, as I had been doing, and carried on with my business, checking Reddit while I plugged in my phone, and organized the belongings in my front seat, and gathered up some garbage to put in the little garbage bag I kept on the floor by the front seat. I was raised to be tough and unafraid, and I wasn't going to let this creepy old man spook me. I looked up after about 10 minutes, and he was still staring right at me, still not even blinking. So I turned my head and avoided eye contact as I put on my seatbelt. I had been running the car the whole time. I walked my dog, so I was good to go. I went to pull out of my spot, and my backup camera went off, and I saw the damn silver car right behind me, impeding me from pulling out of my parking spot. At this point, I was angry, and ready to give the old man a what for, but I reminded myself he might just be a little off. My grandfather has dementia, and before he was diagnosed, he did some strange things, and would often forget where he was, and he'd hallucinate. I figured maybe this old man was having troubles of his own. The old man pulled up next to me, and as I put my car back into gear to leave, my dog began going wild, and I heard a voice. Mind you, I had locked my doors and closed all my windows, while this man was staring at me. To make it clear, I was not to be approached and was not interested in conversation. My dog was climbing into my front seat and blocking off my view, so I couldn't pull out. She was barking like crazy and snarling at this man, with her hair standing up on her back. At this point, I just stopped and put the car in park, shoved her into the back seat, and rolled down my window to see what this creep wanted. I noticed he had an oxygen tube at his nose, but there was no oxygen tank to be seen anywhere in his car. I have a good eye for these things, because my grandmother had one for 2 years, before she died. And I also worked in a pharmacy, where I delivered pharmacy supplies door to door at an elderly living community. With a health center and assisted living center, I can spot an oxygen tank from any size, and in any kind of container, or case anywhere. There was none in his car. He says to me, "Are you alright?" I say, "Yes, I'm fine." I go to roll my window back up when he speaks again. "Are you broken down? Do you need help?" I give him an incredulous look and firmly say, "No, I'm not. And my car is fine, and so am I." Again, I try to roll up the window and he shouts, "Well, it looked like your car was broken down, which is why I pulled up here next to you. I think something wrong with your car." Again, I tell him the car is fine. I'm fine. I don't need any help and really thank him for his concern. He doesn't let it go. He tells me once more he thinks my car is broken down and he can help me. At this point, I'm no longer trying to be polite. I give him a nasty look. Don't even bother to stop my dog from barking at him. And I say, "I'm fine, thanks." He just nods, and slowly, ever so slowly, crawls out of his parking space and down the lot towards the exit, and hangs there as if waiting for me to drive out. My instincts are telling me something is really fucking off with this guy, but I'm just trying to rationalize, chalking it up to my paranoia and anxiety, and general distrust of people. I tell myself he's probably just a bit senile, and means well. Still, I stay stubbornly in my spot, and do not leave until he finally gives up and pulls out of the lot going the opposite way that I was going. The whole day the entire incident bothered me. It wasn't until later, when I was talking to a male friend, that I realized how fucked up the whole thing was. He didn't know which car was mine when he began stalking me. I was nowhere near it. Once I got in my car, he pulled up a few spots away to purposely continue watching me, and seeing that my car was clearly fine and running, since I was blasting the AC and rolled up my window without any difficulty. I've had cars that have been broken down before, and I'm mechanically inclined enough. As my friend pointed out, if my car was broken down, I would have at least had the hood popped, and I'd be elbows deep in my engine bay, checking my oil, my other fluids, my belts, my radiator, my battery, and my alternator. Been there, done that a million times. Once again, he had the oxygen tube in his nose with no tank anywhere in sight. I drive an SUV, and he was in a Honda sedan, so I was easily able to see into his vehicle. Nothing. Nada. The fact that he insisted something was wrong with my car bothered me. It was as if he wanted me to get out of my car, to either check, probably thinking because I'm a young, small female, that I don't understand mechanics, or know when something is wrong with my car, or to prove to him that it was fine. There were no signs at all that say anything was wrong with my car, and if there was, I wouldn't be out walking my dog. I'd be able to deep in my engine bay, on the phone with a towing company, and I'd be highly stressed out and filthy. What's even more bothersome is he did this in broad daylight with people watching from their cars. He purposely stalked me, as close as he could with his car, nearly driving in the grass, turning around and creeping slowly past me 3 times, and following me as I walked, and then parked near my car once he saw me get in it. I think he parked next to me, and stared at me like I was trying to take some time to figure out an excuse or reason to approach me, before he stopped me from leaving, and pulling up next to me. The entire thing was incredibly uncomfortable, creepy, often gave me Ted Bundy vibes. After all, an elderly man with an oxygen tube in his nose doesn't look like he's capable of harming anyone, but boy, did he want me to get out of that car. Him hanging around the exit to try to catch me leaving was probably the worst of it all. It wasn't enough that he stalked and harassed me in the lot. No, why not try to follow me to wherever I was going? So, old man at the park with oxygen tubes that connected to nothing. Let's not meet, ever. This is the scariest thing that has ever happened to me. And what makes it worse is that, had things gone down differently, I might not have been able to tell you the story. Okay, first things first. I'm a girl, about 5'7", and around 130 pounds. This happened to me about 3 years ago, when I was in my early 20s, and still a student, living in a very safe area. Growing up, I had loved martial arts, and having grown up in a small rural town, I'd take what I could get. Karate? Fine. Judo? Sure. Kung Fu? Why not? Taekwondo? Sign me up. I love martial arts. I still do, because they help me discipline my body and mind, and grow my confidence. It had been a few years since I moved out of my country's capital to study. I had kind of fallen off the martial arts wagon at that point, with college taking up most of my time. I should also mention that at the time I lived with my younger brother and our cat. We lived on a first floor, the second floor for all my American people, right next to a military camp, and on a patch of the forest which leads to a creek. On our back balcony, there was a circular metal ladder that would lead up to our balcony, and the kitchen floor, which of course we always kept under lock and key, except for when my cat wanted to go out. When we unlocked the door, he would go down the outdoor metal stairs to find his cat friends and play. I commute to my college every day by walking 30 minutes to a bus stop, then running the bus for an hour, and then walking about 10 minutes until I made it to my campus. It was very tiring. I would be out of the house every day from 10 in the morning until almost 10 at night, so when I'd come home I'd be knackered. I don't believe in premonition much, but I do believe in instinct. And for quite a while, I felt like something was up with the patch of forest behind our apartment. I felt watched. Maybe it was the blackness of that patch of the forest that made me feel uneasy, because there wasn't a single light there. And the outdoor ladder looked like it descended into an abyss. You could take 3 steps into the patch of the forest and you'd be under complete cover of darkness. It made me feel weird, because even though I couldn't see anything, I knew that something was up. I had no proof, but I knew it. I was in class one Wednesday afternoon with my best friend at the time, and a professor came in to pitch an internship to us. Internships aren't very well known in my country, so professors actually have to argue their case about why, as students, we could benefit from this. My best friend, I'll call her K, was very interested, but when the professor listed off the requirements, she realized she couldn't apply, as her GPA wasn't high enough. This led to Kay having a crying fit after the class was over, which led to a panic attack, and it got so bad that she called her boyfriend to come pick her up from the campus, and since I didn't want to leave her alone, I stayed with her until her boyfriend showed up and got in his car with her. The conversation in the car was basically me and her boyfriend trying to console her and help cheer her up. I asked her if she'd like me to go over to her place so we could all hang out, but when she said that she was okay and didn't want to put me through the hassle of commuting home the next day. She lives a full hour away by car, so 2 hours away by public transport. So it was decided that they would drop me off at my house, and they go to theirs. We get to my house around 7 p.m., a full 3 hours before I normally come home. I hug her, tell her to text me if she needs anything. I thank her boyfriend and get out of the car, glad that I'll be home early for a change. I went in through the main entrance, climbed up the stairs to the first floor, put my key in the lock. I opened the door and called out my brother's name, like I always did, and got no response. The house was dark except for one light in the room, where the front door opened to, and eerily quiet, but I felt my stomach tie into a knot, because even if I couldn't hear anything, I could feel that someone was there, and when my instincts talk, I listen. I turned right into the hallway that leads into our rooms, and I saw my brother's door slam shut, hard, as soon as I got in the hallway. My brother's room is on the other end of the hallway on the left, facing my own room, which is on the right of the hallway. My first thought is that my brother had taken a shower and forgotten to get a towel, so he made a run from the bathroom, which is next to my room, in embarrassment. But then I heard muffled whispers coming from his room. Sounded hush and pressing. I still had no reason to be afraid, but I was on high alert, because I thought my brother and his friends were planning to jump out of his room and scare me. I wasn't about to let them get the satisfaction. So I inched down the short hallway, through the darkness, and before I knocked my brother's door, I'd take a look at my room. It was a fucking mess. My mattress was off my bed. My clothes and my books were all over the floor. My jewelry box was empty and thrown onto my bed. All in all, it looked like a tornado had gone through there. And the hushed whispers in the next room sounded extremely pressing and anxious. Now that I was close, because though I had tried to tiptoe as silently as possible, my steps had been audible. I realized what was happening, and I went ballistic. At that moment, I fucking lost it. My fight or flight instincts kicked in, and it kicked flight into maximum overdrive. The words, danger, thieves, fight, hit me like a truck, and I threw my whole body weight into my brother's door, bursting the door down so fiercely, you think it owed me money. I saw no one in the room, but it was also a fucking mess, and I knew what I had heard, so I ran into the balcony door. I ripped the curtain down out of my way, and went through the open balcony door just in time to catch one of the thieves right after he'd jumped off the balcony ledge. Looking back on it, he looked like a normal guy. Black hair, normal weight, athletic build, big earring on his left ear. But at the time, it looked like a fucking monster to me. A vile, putrid, home-invading piece of shit theft monster. I started screaming intangible things as I saw him stumble around. Obviously, he had hurt his leg before he got back on his feet and ran away. They were gone. I was safe, but then it hit me. Where the fuck was my laptop? I ran into my room and tore the place apart looking for my laptop. It was gone. I started screaming and crying. The unfairness, audacity, and the cowardice hit me like a steel toe to the stomach. I screamed and cried like I was in a Grecian tragedy. I'm not a rich by any means, and neither is my family. I had an old laptop, which was probably worth pennies, secondhand, but I needed a laptop for schoolwork, and without it, I couldn't finish my semester. Not to mention that I didn't have any real-life friends, and the majority of my friends at the time were online. So if I lost the laptop, I lost them. My laptop was lost, and so was I. I felt violated, dirty, and less than. I was afraid I'd throw up or pass out, or both. I was taking such rapid and deep panic breaths that my vision began to blur, in the most panicked and grief-stricken state I've ever been in my life, tears streaming down my face. I called my mother to tell her what had happened, and she told me to call the police. It took me almost a full minute on the phone with the operator telling me again and again where I lived, who I was, and what had happened, before she understood me, and she said she'd send someone over. A few days later, I was talking with my mother about the incident, and she told me something that hit me hard. I come from a pretty much triangular household, and she told me that when I called her that night, she couldn't make out what language I was speaking because I had been so panicked. Makes sense why I was about to repeat myself over and over to the operator. I started running around the house like a lunatic, checking every door and every lock in a frenzy, until I got to the kitchen. I saw that window had been broken. Without thinking, I slammed it shut. Stupid, I know. But I was beside myself, and I wasn't thinking straight. My brother came home a few minutes later, and when he came in, he saw me panicked, crying my eyes out, and speaking almost intangibly. He came to the bedrooms and saw the damage, and told me to sit in the living room and calm down. I did as he said and tried to calm down, but I jumped at every sound and started crying worse, telling him I was sorry that I got home too late, and that our laptops were gone. The house seemed too big at those moments, so dark and so hostile, and I felt so small and helpless. My brother called me over to his room and showed me a pillowcase full of something, and we looked inside and found both laptops, all my jewelry, fake, all of it, my phone, and some other stuff. They had been right in front of me the whole time, but I was so messed up that I didn't even register. The police eventually came out about an hour later and did fuck all. So my brother and I took to the police station and filed a police report of the incident. And since I had seen half one of the culprits' faces, they asked me to come in for an identification. They even sent over someone to dust prints. Nothing ever came of it. The police said that since they didn't even have a backpack to put loot in, and resorted to using one of our pillowcases, they were almost 100% junkies. We had the outdoor metallic ladder ripped out of our kitchen balcony, much to my cat's displeasure, since that's how they got in. We also installed separate motion detecting lights. For the next few months, I was constantly on edge, and every time I passed near some suspicious characters who hung around my usual bus stop, I felt a violent rage boil in me. I caught myself looking for the man I had seen, ready to beat him up within an inch of his life, but I never saw him or heard his creepy whisper partner again, and my brother and I moved away from the apartment a few months later, because I never felt comfortable in the apartment again. I picked up kickboxing, and because it had made me stronger, it helped me feel safer, and I also carry a knife with me now. I still think back to that encounter and realize how fucking stupid I was. What creeps me out the most is knowing that that night, there had been nothing but a thin plywood door separating me from two potentially dangerous men, even if I know that me busting in my brother's room like a lunatic is what scared them off, because of how stupidly fearless I was. I realized how bad it could have gone. They could have had guns, they could have had knives, and they could have had pepper spray, or a chain, or whatever. And there was two of them and only one of me, and if they'd ganged up on me, even with the adrenaline having turned me into a doom guy, I don't know how much of a chance I realistically stood against two men, high on whatever they were on, and desperate enough to break into an apartment to loot stuff into a pillowcase. Had they been willing to put up a fight, this would have ended very, very bad for me. What I do know is that I probably still would have been like the doom guy. So, to the creepy cowardly bastard who dared break into my apartment and tried to rob me and my brother, and ended up traumatizing me so bad I had to move. Fuck you both. I hope for your fucking sake we never meet again, because I've been kicking that sandbag for 2 years now, and I picture your face every single time. I was about 13 when this happened, so I might not recall all the details. It It was around 2:30 when me and my friend decided to sneak out during our slumber party. My friend Cassie wanted to go to the corner store. Why? I'm still not quite sure myself. Anyway, we climbed out the window and made our way down the dimly lit street. Nothing was out of the ordinary. That was until I heard footsteps behind me and Cassie. I tried to remain calm and not draw much attention. We were getting closer to the store when we heard this man getting a little closer. I couldn't see his face, but out of the corner of my eye, I could see he was wearing a dark hoodie, some jeans, and worn out sneakers. Cassie noticed him too, and I quietly told her not to be suspicious. We made it in the empty store. I started to browse the snack aisle when I heard the bell ring from the door. It was him, sure enough. He kept his head low and watched as we picked out our snacks. I had this gut feeling that something was really off about this man. There was so many red flags. I could make a parachute with him. Me and Cassie went to the front desk and told the owner. He assured us everything was fine and that we should just get home. The nerve of this guy, I thought as we took our items and headed for the door. I hated the fact that we're on a dark street, with the creepy man following closely behind. Only one more block. I told myself, still occasionally glancing behind us. I thought we had lost him when I heard Cassie yell, "Run!" I didn't even hesitate. I dropped the bags and began to run faster than I ever have in my entire life. I quickly looked back to see the man running after us at full speed, clenching a knife in his hand. I wish I hadn't, and kept looking forward, but it was too late for that. I could see the light of Cassie's bedroom window. I knew we were going to be okay at that moment. Relief washed over me as I climbed back in the window. It was safe to say that we never snuck out after that. As for the creepy-ass man, let's never meet again. I'm going to tell you a story of a terrifying old creep that has stalked me since I was 16 years old. I'm currently 20 and female. So basically, to set the scene, I'm an average height, average size 20-year-old female. I've been told I'm very approachable, and perhaps too nice to strangers. I sometimes just don't have the heart to tell people to fuck off, and I definitely should. Obviously, I'm not going to give specific details, but I worked in a restaurant which was inside a bigger shopping center. My stalker is an old man named Eric. Worked for the actual shopping center itself, and not a store inside it like me. When I was 16 and first started the job, I was quite timid and awkward, and let anyone say pretty much anything to me. I didn't quite know what to say when older customers or other employees would make inappropriate comments to me. I would simply just laugh off whatever people would say, or not respond. In my 16-year-old mind, this was a lot easier to handle. I had one other friend at my job who was my age, and her name was Jessica. Jessica had worked there for longer than I had, and one day she asked me if I heard this guy who worked in the shopping center called Eric. Jessica described Eric as very strange. She didn't describe him as frightening or unsettling, or even someone to be afraid of, just as very eccentric man. Really, she and other employees would laugh at his odd sayings and awkward behavior. Jessica had told me that Eric had brought her a present on Valentine's Day. Chocolate. Anyone would think this was friendly behavior, or harmless flirting. If he wasn't a 50-something-year-old man bringing chocolates to a 16-year-old girl, he barely knows. I began to see for myself that Eric wasn't just this innocent old man, with a slight crush. He had other intentions. The first time I remember Eric approaching me was when I was filling up a machine near the entrance of my work. This machine was out of view of all the other employees, and the restaurant was empty. So this was pretty much the perfect time for a creep to approach without being seen. Eric wasn't supposed to enter my place of work when he was working at the shopping center, so he deliberately gone out of his way to come speak to me. To describe his appearance, he's your typical creepy old loner. He has gout, had gray hair with balding patches, and had beady little eyes, which he never averted from you. And I can't get them out of my head till this day. Eric must have sneaked up on me, as I looked up and he was standing right next to me, a little too close. I could feel his breath on my cheek. "My name is Lucy," Eric asked me. "Lucy, are you married?" And he almost giggled after he asked me this. He had a smirk on his face which made me feel as if he was trying to pretend that he thought I was older than I was. And at 16, I looked 16. Eric liked to ask me questions that he already knew the answers to, just to see my reaction would be letting me know his own way that he'd been looking up information about me on my social media. He would do this frequently. I began to clock on to the fact that Eric had been going a little further than just approaching me at work, and instead of stalking my social media accounts in the weeks following this first encounter, such as Twitter and Instagram, when he began asking me very specific questions about things I hadn't posted in the days before. For example, I had posted on Instagram about a tattoo I got, which was in homage to my favorite band. I was serving a customer one day, only to be interrupted by a shrill but quiet voice. It was Eric. His eyes were huge, and he had a look of pure excitement and menace on his face. He had yet again entered my place of work when he wasn't supposed to, just to talk to me. He asked me, "Lucy, what's your favorite, insert band name here, song?" Eric relished in my discomfort. You could see by my reaction that I was choking on the fact that he had been viewing my personal social medias, and that thought made my blood run cold. I felt disgusting and violated. That tattoo that I gotten was covered by my work uniform, so the only way you could have seen it was by going through my Instagram page. This creeped me out majorly, but somehow I was just forcing myself to forget all about it, and carried on working. Over the course of a few months, Eric would come into my workplace more and more frequently, asking me bizarre questions and still reciting back to me things that I had tweeted about or posted on Instagram. Every time I would see him, I would get visibly uncomfortable, and he liked this. This is what he wanted. All while this is happening, Jessica approached me and let me know that Eric had followed her in his car on her walk home from work, slowing down to ask her where she lived. I had also been told other disturbing news about Eric from multiple different people. It seemed as if he was becoming more invested in whatever his intentions were towards me and Jessica. News had traveled to one of my managers about Eric's unsettling actions towards me, and this manager informed me that a few years ago, Eric was rumored to have followed a young girl who used to work at a restaurant into a toilet. Things didn't quite make sense to me. He was known for being a creep, yet still employed at the shopping center. On one hand, I was glad to know I wasn't just creeped out for no reason, but on the other hand, I was frightened as he'd been doing this for years, yet no one had seemed to stop him. Anyways, there was a woman who worked at the same place as me, called Rebecca, and she had some sort of disability, which caused her to befriend or be trusting of people without knowing anything about them. It seems that Eric took advantage of her, as he asked her for her phone number, and she gave it to him. Rebecca had shown me her text with Eric, and he had texted her things like, "Rebecca, are you alone?" and "Rebecca, are you sitting on the bus alone?" But the most unsettling part of it all was the text from Eric that read, "Rebecca, could you please let me know any information on the girls that work at insert restaurant name here?" I was stunned. This was quite slowly turning into my nightmare. I was constantly questioning why this old man was so hellbent on finding out everything to do with my life. Why me? He had gone out of his way to source information about me through a vulnerable person I worked with, and I was scared he was going to go further. Again, this creeped me out, but still, for some reason, I forgot about it and carried on with my life, which was very hectic at the time. And in a way, I'm grateful that I didn't have the time to dwell on Eric's growing obsession. However, this was something I wouldn't be able to ignore forever, as Eric began inserting himself into my life in ways I couldn't just ignore or brush off. One night I was watching the movie Grease with my family, and I must have tweeted something stupid like, "Grease is my favorite film," because it's a great film, right? Anyways, the morning after my tweet, Eric approaches me in his usual way and utters, "Do you like the film Grease, Lucy?" The same usual smirk lit up his face. and the same usual wave of disgust washed over me. He was really making it a point to let me know he was watching me. I tried to carry on with my day, but spent the entirety of my shift feeling a little shaken up. To someone reading this story, it may not seem unsettling to you as it did to me at the time, but when someone is going out of their way to make sure you know they know information about you, you spend every waking hour thinking about what they plan to do with this information, and why they would insist on taunting you with this knowledge. The very second I clocked out of work and got into my car, my phone went off. This was a notification from PayPal. I clicked on the notification to see that I had received £3 from Eric Stanley, and the note attached to it read, "To Lucy, Grease is the word from Eric." He literally found my PayPal account and sent me £3 with a quote from the movie attached to it. If this wasn't crazy enough, in the days following, I received a string of anonymous calls. Incessant calls, one after another. I was in floods of tears and ended up having a huge panic attack. I felt like there was no escape. My phone rang and rang all night. I had to turn it off to get away. Even when I turned my phone back on, the calls continued, and every time my phone would ring in my head, felt like it was being impaled with the sharpest knife in the world. I was on complete edge. The phone calls that I did answer were just someone breathing down the phone, making it a point to breathe heavily. I even swear that they were trying to sound like they were jerking themselves off, which sickened me. I have no proof that this was Eric, but it wasn't hard to put two and two together. After all the links he had gone in order to track down my personal information, if he had found out my PayPal address, my phone number, and all of my social media accounts, what was stopping him from finding out where I live, breaking in, hurting me or my family? That night I had a horrific dream, in which he chased me around my house and taunted me for hours. I still have similar dreams and struggle to sleep without my boyfriend present, as I'm scared he's standing right outside my door this day. I reported Eric to my managers, and they passed my complaint on to managers of the shopping center. At this point, I was genuinely scared for my safety. Multiple girls added to my statement, and added details of times they had witnessed Eric's unsettling behavior, or times he had been inappropriate with them too. Eric had been cautioned by the shopping center management, yet nothing was done, except the fact that he was warned not to talk to me. Eric found ways around the "no talking to Lucy" rule. He would make animal noises to me when he would see me, like a monkey or a dog or any bizarre noise that would get my attention. I think he just wanted me to think that he had outsmarted me, found a way around the rules. After this, I stopped working at the restaurant as a full-time job, and saw Eric less and less, which was obviously great for me. I moved cities as I went away for university, and made new friends, which distracted me from my old life in my hometown. I still thought about Eric every now and then, and when I focus on it for too long, I can't be alone, out of the fear that he's still keeping tabs on me, and thinking of that terrifies me. After moving away and starting my new life, I forgot all about the twisted little man who used to obsess over me at my old job. I forgot he existed, but I was soon going to remember. On Christmas Day, I was going back to my hometown with my parents. My phone buzzed, and I expected it to just be another message from a friend or a family member, but I was wrong. I received a notification from PayPal, and it was the exact amount of £3, only not from Eric this time, but from a girl whose name I didn't recognize at all. I opened up the PayPal app only to see a note attached to this payment I had received. The note read, "Sending on behalf of Eric." My blood ran cold again. I had forgotten all about this man, and all he had done to make me feel unsafe and unsettled. And here he was again, agonizing me, yet this time doing it through other people. Perhaps his way of telling me that him being banned from talking to me won't stop him from entering my world. I threw my phone down on the couch and spent the night drinking with my family, until I forgot all about the notification. I probably should have told someone about it, but I just wanted to do as much as I could to block him out. I didn't want him to control me anymore, and I since haven't seen or heard anything from him. I wanted to stay that way. I think Eric still works at the shopping center, and lives local to me. I avoid my old workplace so I don't have to see him and he doesn't have to see me. So, to the creepy, beady-eyed freak that made me live in fear, let's not meet again. As a child, think kindergarten age, I loved to talk. If anyone had a question for me, I would gleefully give them way too much information. Most people found it endearing and would praise me for being so smart, which encouraged me a lot. My mom and I normally shopped at a market just a few minutes away from our house. My mom had been shopping there for 20-some years at that point, and was friends with most of the workers, so I was friendly with them too, and was always happy to talk with them. Whenever my mom got distracted talking to someone, I, with the attention span of a 6-year-old, would wander around the aisles. My mom would keep an eye on me to make sure I didn't get too far, but if she was distracted, one of the employees would usually be around and gently guide me back over. One day, though, we went to a different market that I can't remember having been to before, and we didn't go back there for nearly a decade. We were walking around the aisles when my mom ran into her friend. They started talking, and I, not realizing that I no longer had a store full of adults keeping an eye on me, started wandering around the aisle. My eye caught some colorful displays, I think flowers or balloons or something, and went over to look. Once I was satisfied with my inspection, I turned back to the aisle, only to find my mom wasn't there. That had never happened before. I looked around for a little, though not moving from my spot near the colorful displays. Since it was right near the registers, there was a decent amount of people nearby, which I'm thankful for now. As I was looking around, an employee came up to me. He was older than my sister. She was 12 or 13 at the time, and younger than my dad, in his mid-40s, which was about the only way I could gauge age. Now, I would say he was probably in his early to mid-20s, if I remember right. "Hi there," he said sweetly, in that tone you normally speak to kids in. I cheerfully said hello, actually stepping a little closer. "Are you looking for your mommy?" I say yes, happily, explaining that I had seen her talking to her friend, and that I could normally find her easily when I wander away, so I wasn't sure where she could have gone. "Does she leave you alone often?" "Not really. My older sister was normally with me if my mom wasn't. She was 12 or 13, and she was super mature, so if my mom had to leave for a little bit, she knew I'd be okay. And she never left us alone in public, just at home if she needed to run somewhere. Never for very long, just the length of a time of a Pokemon episode or something. And my dad was at work a lot, and didn't come back until late, usually. Just if you're wondering, where do you live? Well, wouldn't you know it, I just learned my address, and we just learned how to mail a letter in school. Even took a little class trip to the mailbox on our school corner to send them out. I know how to write my address now, and I know how to say it. Want to hear? Of course you do. I know kids are naive, but I was downright dumb. I was diagnosed with due-to colorblindness 2 years later, otherwise known as red-green colorblindness. Makes sense, as I was totally blind to all the red flags. Where do you go to school? Who picks you up? Well, I go to the local elementary school. I don't know the address though, sorry. But I know what street it's on, because I wait on the sidewalk for my mom or daycare sitter, depending on the day. So I see the street sign a lot since I'm usually waiting for a while to be grabbed. Do you like animals? Like puppies? Dogs scare me. Cats scare me. Pigeons scare me. Fish scare me. Flies scare me. You know what doesn't scare me? Turtles. I have 5 turtles. No, dogs that might bark or bite if someone drops by your house, like our neighbor's dog. Those dogs are always behind the gate though, so they don't scare me a lot. I've had only a few minutes since I last saw my mom. Even with how much information I was dumping, I was a very fast talker, but I was starting to get a little antsy. Not because I was uncomfortable talking to a stranger, but because I had skipped lunch that day, specifically to con my mom into letting me get a bagel from the store next door, which is why we were at the market in the first place. My mom was holding onto the bagel to make sure I didn't eat it too fast and choke, which I had done several times in the past. I wanted my bagel, and while I was talking to this grown man, who made me feel smart and was oh so interested in my life, I liked bagels more. Plus, if I caught my mom where we were near the bakery section, I might be able to use my charm and cuteness to get a cookie. So I gotta find my mom now. Oh well, I'll walk around with you and help find her. You want to lead me through the market you work at, and where you can easily bring me to the back room meat locker or any number of places. Yeah, sounds good. Ozzy. I look around to see my mom. The relief look on her face slowly changed into something more anxious. I smile happily and wave her over. She immediately grabs my hand, and I can tell she wants to chide me, probably for leaving the aisle, but she seems more occupied on the man in front of me. Before I can even open my mouth to introduce him, or remember that I never even got his name, he quickly says that he's glad I found my mom, and he needs to go back to work, and practically runs to the back of the store. My mom put her hands on my shoulders and looks me in the eye. Her expression was a lot more worried now. "What was he talking to you about?" she asked. Her voice was more serious than I'd ever heard her. "Can I have my bagel?" My mom opened her mouth, pauses, and goes into her purse to hand me my bagel. Between bites, I happily tell her about the conversation and everything I remember. My age and my grade, pickup schedule, likes and dislikes, and my literal address. My mom gradually became paler, then became red with anger. She brought me over to the manager, and I don't remember much about the conversation. I got a cookie. I remember that pretty well. It was shaped like a watermelon, which was apparently far more important to me than paying attention to what was being said. The police weren't called. We went home, and my mom said I wasn't allowed to walk around the store anymore. No more talking to any strangers, even if they worked at the store we were at, unless she was with me. If I ever saw that man again, I was to run away, find someone I know and ask for help. If all else fails, scream at the top of my lungs, just like when a fly lands on me. God, insects are creepy. I agree pleasantly, not really fazed by anything she's saying. I know that some people are bad, but bad people look bad, right? They talk mean and look scary and try to grab you. This guy didn't, so he wasn't bad, was he? But if my mom was saying it, then I'd listen, and I'd better enjoy that cookie, because we weren't going back to that store ever again. In exchange, I can get a donut once a month from our usual store. When I was around 12, our school had a safety assembly, and was talking about the shady things adults do to get close to kids, and a very, very watered-down version of what they most likely wanted. And I'm sitting there listening and suddenly realize, oh, if my mom hadn't found me, something bad might have happened. If not in the store, then in front of my school. And if not in front of my school, then my house. A little over a decade later, I'm 18 now. I've never seen this guy again. Let's keep it that way. This is my first post, and this happened a week ago. My blood still runs cold when I think about it. Keep in mind this isn't like any other really scary stories on here, but it scared me, and it was definitely out of the ordinary. My brother wanted to get a drink from a place we both loved to go, and was going to close soon, and he had work to do, so I went by myself. It wasn't very late, but it was already dark, and my parents had drummed into me since birth about the dangers of walking alone at night. I was kind of nervous that day, even though I had done it many times before. So I went and got both drinks, and for some reason didn't get a bag. I was walking along with both hands full. Bad idea. As I was walking towards the street where my house was, I suddenly became aware of two men very near me. One was in the front of me, wearing a maroon pullover, and the other was behind me, wearing a gray zipped-up hoodie, with the hood pulled up. I only turned around for a flash of a second, so I couldn't describe his face to you. I was weirded out because I was wandering between them, and was beginning to feel uncomfortably like they were trying to hurt me. And just as I was telling myself that I was clearly overreacting, I came across a garage that was down an alleyway, and a black Subaru was coming out. I had time, so I crossed before they reached me. The person inside clearly wasn't counting on me doing that, so they swung around and parallel parked next to me, at most 2 feet away. So now I was between 3 men and a wall. When I saw the door open, that was it for me. I bolted and didn't stop running until I reached my house. So yeah, black Subaru driver, gray hoodie and maroon pullover. Let's not mean. I'm writing this on my phone, so forgive me for any mistakes. I've been a fan of true scary stories since I was a freshman in high school, and listening to them has helped me out a lot. I've been out of high school for about a year now, and the story took place about 2 months after I graduated. So, I had just gotten off of work, and wanted to unwind with my 2 best friends. I'll call them J and T. My cousin and his girlfriend, D and L. So, we're at the lake shelter smoking pot as teenagers do, and everything was normal. My friend J and my cousin D went to the gas station to bring back snacks and drinks. Me being the good guy I am, I stayed behind with the girls, as to deter any creeps from them. For some background, I'm about 5'11", broad-shouldered and have a decent build, but I'm not in gorgeous shape, and people say I look intimidating, but I'm really a nice guy. My friend T says she has to use the bathroom, which is about a 5-minute walk away from the shelter. So L and I walk with her to comfort her. She goes into the bathroom, and not even 5 seconds later, she speed walks out. "There's someone in there," she says in a low whisper. I gesture them to walk away as I slowly make my way in. Now, it's pitch black, and I can't see shit, so I turn my phone flashlight on. Stupid, I know, but I was feeling courageous, and I'm not a stranger to fighting. I lose all courage in myself when this nasty-looking woman appears out of a stall, and worst of all, she was holding a pocket knife. She didn't say anything to me. She just looked wild-eyed, with the weirdest smile, and her clothes were dirty and tattered. I slowly backed out of the bathroom, slamming the metal door behind me, and I yell, "Run! She has a knife!" We book it to my cousin's car with, thankfully, L had the keys, and we fucking peeled out of there. We came back about 15 minutes later with J and D, and to our surprise, our stuff was still at the shelter. We gathered our things and left. I've been back to that shelter a couple of times since then, but it still creeps me out. So, to the creepily homeless lady in the women's bathroom, let's not meet ever again. Honestly, I never hear anyone talk about it, seriously, but living in a small town seems to make people cruel. Maybe it's just a sheer boredom that brings out the worst in people. Anyways, this is my first time posting here, so please bear with me. I grew up in a rural Texas town with a crippling meth problem. No positive outlets for people to do activities, like a movie theater or a park, and we'd even have a very large grocery store to just hang out in. The teens mostly just ended up drinking, driving, and going to bonfires. But quite a few of the teenage boys in my neighborhood decided that being evil was the best way to have fun. They would literally go out of their way while driving to swerve and try to scare younger kids riding bikes, or even poison loose dogs, and even set fire to a few of the trailers in my neighborhood, while people were still in them. Only one arrest was ever made in connection to the arsons, but it was definitely a group activity. My neighborhood was a trailer park in which each trailer was placed on a few acres of land, with at least some forested area between each plot of property. The road was an older dirt road with gravel, and rocks poured over the dirt, which is what I had learned to ride my bike on. It was difficult. One day when I was around 15 years ago, I was doing my best to ride my bike on this rock road without falling while riding away from my house, when I saw my older sister, who was about 16 at the time, sprinting alongside the road towards me from the opposite direction. I was going very slow, trying to keep my balance, but I decided to just get off the bike when I noticed how panicked my sister looked. I saw a dust cloud coming from over the road, but a fairly large hill was blocking the view of my sister and I from any vehicles that were coming towards us. When my sister got back to me, she grabbed my arm so hard that I winced in pain, and she pulled me away from the bike. By this time, the truck that was producing the dust trail was just coming over the hill, but it was still fairly far away, so I don't think they noticed us. There were woods around 10 feet off both sides of the road where I was, and my sister was pulling me into the woods on the left side of the road. I complied, but was asking her what was happening. She just told me to hurry. We made about 30 feet into the woods when my sister dropped to the ground and pulled me with her. She covered my mouth and told me to be quiet. I complied. I saw that the vehicle she was worried about was a black truck, filled with about 5 guys that were in their late teens or very early 20s. The truck screeched to a stop right where my bike was. I froze solid when I heard my sister whisper, "Shit." 3 of the guys got out of the car, but didn't say anything. It was clear that they were looking very intensely into the woods on both sides of the road. Luckily, for some reason I'm not sure of, they all lined up and started approaching and walking to the woods on the opposite side of the road. They were talking, but we couldn't make out what they were saying. I was worried that they would take their time looking for us, since only a handful of people lived this far down the road, and it could have taken hours before another car would pass through. It took about 5 minutes of perfect stillness and silence before one did, though one of the guys had already placed my bike in the back of the truck when they noticed another car coming over the hill from behind them. They quickly jumped into the truck and sped off. We waited there for probably 10 minutes before we stood up and started to walk back home, although we walked right along the tree line instead of the road itself, just in case. My sister didn't say much to me, but told my mom when we got home that one of the boys she had been hanging out with was talking about wanting to kill some of the annoying kids in the neighborhood, and she assumed that it was a good bet that one of those annoying kids might end up being one of her 3 younger siblings. It could have been any of us, but I was the one that wanted to go ride my bike alone that day, instead of playing video games with my 2 brothers. She decided to head home when none of the other guys seemed to do anything against the guy who wanted to kill kids, or even jokingly escalate his desire to kill annoying kids with more details. She had been running home and got just enough of a head start before the boys hopped into their truck to stop whatever they might have done. The cops were informed, but apparently the boys disagree, and a parent claimed they never left the trailer, so nothing ever came of it. I know 2 of the boys' names because I live in the same neighborhood in the small town, and I know they never got less evil. They later invited my sister to a bonfire party that everyone was going to be at, but my sister decided not to go, and when she asked all her friends how the party was, literally no one knew about it. That is because she was the only one invited. She stayed away from them ever since, and fortunately neither of us still lived there. Out of the 2 that I knew, one is currently incarcerated for several drug-related offenses, but the other is still out there. As for the other 3 that were in the truck, I have no idea where they are or what they're up to. So, to the garbage boys in the truck, you can keep my bike, because I hope we never meet again. This happened to me in March of 2020, right before the pandemic. I had recently moved to a new apartment complex alone, as I was having relationship issues, but nothing I cared to get into. When I first moved into the building, mostly kept to myself, and the people I did meet were pretty friendly and neighborly. Previously to settling into my new home, I took a trip back home and accidentally left my building keys at my aunt's house over 4 hours away. She agreed to mail them, and this had me chasing down the mailman daily to catch my package. There was an older gentleman that I'd said hello to here and there. Nothing beyond a quick hello or wave. So one day when I was downstairs, waiting to meet the postal lady, and this gentleman is down there, he says hello to me with a clear accent, and I say hello back. He starts to make small talk, and I oblige as I've always been good with old people. So the next part is stupid of me, but I guess I was just naive. The old man asked to kiss my hand, Weirded or hit thinking, it's maybe a cultural thing. I extend my hand. Big mistake. This man, old enough to be my grandfather, then kisses my forehead and my cheek in a matter of seconds. And as I push him off, he asks me to come up to his apartment. I firmly decline, then rush out the main door as the postal worker's coming up. The creepy old man yells after me that he loves me, and I just feel so dirty. My boyfriend came to stay with me shortly after, as when I reported it to my landlords, they told me next time it happens to tell him that I'm not interested, then call the police. Thanks, guys. Thankfully, I haven't seen him since, and I don't want to. Creepy upstairs neighbor, let's not meet again.
About 2 years ago, right around Halloween, I was babysitting for these two ladies who each had a son. They wanted to go out, so I stayed at one of their houses and watched their boys. It was around 8 p.m. and the boys were sitting on the couch, playing on their iPads and whatnot, when somebody had knocked on the door. I asked the boys if anyone was supposed to come over, and they both said no. I then go over and check the peephole in the door, and it's some guy in a gray hoodie, deliberately hunched over so I can't see his face. Immediately, I'm like, hell no, and I don't say anything and just start pacing around because I don't want to give him any inclination that we're inside. A couple of minutes later, I check outside the little window right through the curtains, and he's gone. I don't want to spook the kids anymore, and there weren't any more knocks, so I just kind of let it go as just a prank. Cut to a few hours later, and the moms get back home. They ask me how everything was, and I say that the kids were really great, but somebody had come to the door. They asked me what time, and I said it was around 8, and one of the moms started totally freaking out and then going through her phone. The other one tells me that right around that time, somebody had been making some really strange phone calls to them on a blocked number. They had apparently disguised their voice and then were saying things like,
"I can see you through your window."
They didn't really think it was serious because it didn't really make any sense in the context of where they were, but in retrospect, they were almost positive that it was actually me that he was looking at through the window. They escorted me to my car and I then touched base a little later, and apparently nothing strange ever happened after that. But I'm just really glad that I didn't open that door, because I have a really bad feeling deep in my gut that it would have been really bad. I honestly don't even know how to start this story. I was kind of young at the time, around 7 or 8 years old, but old enough to know exactly what was going on. I lived in a pretty decent neighborhood, but my family was in the process of moving away. There was a large mixture of families with children and retired seniors living on my street. There was a neighborhood babysitter who always took care of my younger sister when she was too young to go to school. She also happened to babysit me as well on multiple occasions. She was always kind of rude to us. She was a pudgy lady with 2 annoying sons and a very weird husband. A lot of the local kids had gotten taken care of by her, so my parents always trusted her to take care of us. Everything was somewhat normal, except for the fact that she was always kind of rude to anyone that wasn't her own kid. Her kids were pretty misbehaved. They were always fighting, hitting each other with plastic swords, and always screaming at the top of their lungs. At one point, the younger toddlers had to take a nap, and she actually forced all of the children except for her own kids to sit in a corner and be quiet. Pretty odd behavior for a babysitter, but we never really thought too much about it. Another thing to mention is that she always took naps while babysitting. As in, she never paid any attention to the kids. She just shooed them away and fell asleep. She was also really notorious for giving her sons chocolate milk and telling all the others that they could just have water. My sister and I just tried to ignore it, but eventually we were pretty annoyed of it. My sister had a pretty loud mouth, so she told my mom how she treats the kids she babysits versus her own children. I'd also like to acknowledge that my sister had just turned 4 at the time, so she really wasn't that great with words. My mom was pretty angry that the babysitter did that, but she just let it slide, as we were going to be moving in about a month, and she didn't really know if we were being completely honest about it, as we were little kids, and sometimes kids make this stuff up. The house that we ended up moving to is the same house that I spent a really large majority of my childhood and teenage years in. Things were pretty normal once we transitioned into the new house. That is, until we got the calls. We changed our phone numbers, so we weren't really sure how the babysitter and her husband found it so quickly. She would literally call every single day saying that we needed to pay her and that we owed her money. She was apparently just really angry that we had moved, and we were currently on the lookout for a new babysitter that was closer to home. My parents received these calls literally every day, and they always consisted of the babysitter or her husband always screaming, which meant that I could hear the voicemails and calls very clearly. They just kept harassing us, and my parents grew agitated and really worried. One night it all ended at around 10 p.m. when my sister and I woke up to the loud sound of banging on the front door. It had continued for a good 10 minutes, and it was very loud. My sister was just totally freaked out, so I decided to go see if my parents were awake. And they were. They were just opening their eyes and kind of confused as to what was going on. My dad had told my mom to stay upstairs as he foolishly went downstairs to get the door as I nervously stood at the railing. My sister had stayed in the bedroom because she was totally unaware as to what was actually happening. When he opened the door, I felt absolutely sick and totally terrified. There was my babysitter and her husband, who managed to not only find our address, but also our phone number. The husband started screaming at the top of his lungs, yelling,
"You owe us money. Pay us."
and shaking a knife while he said it. Yes, he actually had a knife in his hand. My dad told him that we weren't going to pay them and he warned him to leave unless he wanted the cops to be called. Well, he didn't care. My dad went to close the door, but he stuck his foot in it, attempting to get inside our house. My babysitter was also yelling, but I couldn't really hear what she had said. We had a phone upstairs, so my mother quickly and quietly decided to call the cops, all while my dad struggled to get the door closed. Once he did, the banging and screaming just continued. They wouldn't leave our property. I was so freaked out, so I started crying. My sister saw me crying and she started to do the same. Long story short, about an hour after they left, the cops finally arrived, having just missed them. My parents knew their info based on the fact that they used to babysit us, so it wasn't too hard to track them, and they were indeed arrested. I had always wondered if the night that they did this, if their children was home alone or at a sleepover, especially at a time so late. Regardless, they were released from jail a few days later, but were not allowed to step foot near our house. I'm not sure if the woman still babysits or not, but if she does, I feel really terrible for the kids. We never really knew what their intentions were that night. My dad just saw the knife and just knew that they were up to no good. All I can really say is, to the psychotic babysitter and her crazy husband, I really pray and hope to never see either of you again. The story that I'm about to tell is pretty difficult for me to talk about for two reasons. One is that the main part took place when I was around 4 or 5 years old, which makes it really difficult to remember all of the details surrounding the story, which is part of the reason that it's haunted me for over 20 years. The other reason is this story makes me feel really uneasy to even really think about, and this might be only the third time I've ever really told it in full. So a little bit of background to this story is that I was born and raised in an extremely close big family. We all lived within about a mile from each other around a really large park in a small Texas town. Now, my family was pretty jam-packed full of aunts and uncles, and I'd say that I saw them all at least once a week during my entire childhood. I really can't stress enough just how close we all were growing up, and also how trusted they all were, as it plays a really important part to this story. So the story came up recently between my mother, older brother, and I, because I had opened up about a series of nightmares that I've basically been plagued with for as long as I can remember. These nightmares are always very similar and basically always consist of me as a small child in my childhood home, always attempting to escape my house while something horrible chases after me. The something is never actually visually seen, but it's more like I sense this massive looming person reaching out to me from the dark, and it always catches me before I can ever get outside. This usually always results in me waking up in a sweat. These dreams always seem to somehow center around these very vague yet oddly detailed memories of a babysitter that I once had. Here's where it gets really odd. The memories I have are almost like dreams. I very specifically remember all of the details of what was happening and the feelings I had, but everything else was just totally out of reach. That goes for the babysitter herself as well. I remember that it was a white female who was middle-aged, but I can't for the life of me recall her face. In my memories, it's like I never really got a good look at her. The very two specific incidences that I can remember were definitely not happy ones. For the first one, I remember that whenever I would get in trouble, I would be forced to sit outside on the back porch in just shorts and a t-shirt, and during winter. I remember this because I would always shiver and just sit there quietly, scared that my complaining would cause even more problems. The second memory, well, that was even worse to me. The babysitter seemed to really love this game that she made up. She would turn all of the lights off in the house and would go deeply hide in one of the back rooms. I was left in the front room, and I was told that if I wanted food or to watch TV, I had to find her first. I never had any idea where she was hiding, and if I ever found her, she would jump out screaming at me like a madwoman and then chase after me. I can distinctly remember her laughing at my fear. I remember pretty often being so frozen with terror that I would sit on the ground near the front door, way too scared to find her. No matter how long I waited, she would never come out of hiding, no matter how hungry I got. I specifically remember this one time pretty well. I was so little and scared. I was whimpering as I slowly built up the bravery to walk to the back hallway to look for her. My hunger felt deadly at this point, and I really needed to find her. I checked all of the bathrooms, bedrooms, and closets, but nothing. She was nowhere. I remember standing in my parents' bedroom trying to figure out where she could be. That is, when I saw her. She was this really dark shape under the big bed, peeking right at me from under the bed skirt. We just stared at each other, neither one of us moving. I couldn't make out her face, but I just knew that she was smiling at me. She was like this crazy feral animal under there. I remember her sliding herself along the floor so fast. I screamed and turned to run as she then made it to her feet, and then the memory goes completely dark. I don't know what happened after that, and that actually scares me just as much as the memory that I do have of the event. I never shared these memories with anyone because they seem so distant, and I often actually wondered if they were even real. One day when I was in my 20s, I decided to mention the nightmares to my mother and brother when we were just sitting around talking during one of the weeks where my brother and I were both home from college. We would often do this to tell funny stories and remember all of the kids we knew from when we were children. Then, I decided to ask my mom about the babysitter. She seemed really confused. She told me that she never hired babysitters for either I or my brother, and because of how big and close my family was and how protective my mom was of us, she never trusted anyone but family to watch us. My aunts and grandmother were the absolute opposite of the woman I remember. Loving, kind, fun, and always treated me like their own children. I could never in a million years imagine them doing those things to me. My mom genuinely seemed confused about this story. She told me that she couldn't even begin to imagine who I was talking about. With her certainty and with the memories being so vague in important places, I had decided that I must have just imagined it all. Then one day, my brother brought it up again while we were driving. Yeah, I remember that," my brother said, with concern in his voice. "No, like, I actually remember seeing you get taken outside and being forced to sit there, and I thought it was so terrible. I don't know why we never told anyone." He too had no memory of who the woman was, but he remembers feeling defenseless over the entire thing. He only had vague memories of the horrible game that she would play, but pointed out how he has absolutely no memory of her ever targeting him with her torment. He remembers the events as if he were an audience member. He did, however, remember things that I didn't. This included that I often got in trouble because I would often use my imagination to tell stories, and apparently the babysitter would often get mad about it when she realized it wasn't true, and this would then result in me getting kicked out of the house. I just want to point out that my brother is only 1 year older than I am, so he too would have been very little when this happened. I've honestly really thought about bringing it back up to my mom, but I honestly trust that she just has no idea who I'm talking about. And I really don't want to make her feel horrible about something so long ago that she clearly has no idea about. I just really wish I could understand what the hell happened and who the hell this person was. My brother never brought it back up again after, but he told me that at the time he just played it off to being so young and just misunderstanding whatever was happening. All I do know is babysitter from my nightmares. Whoever you are, and if you're even real, I pray to God that we never meet again, not even in my sleep. It was a very long time ago. It all happened back in 1973. It was summer, I was 6 years old, and we were living on Monica Lane in Madison, Wisconsin. The thing is, I sort of recalled it but never really put two and two together until a few months ago when I was talking to my mom, who then went into great detail about it. I was a very gregarious child. Outgoing, extroverted, pretty much friends with anyone. It was at the time a middle-class neighborhood, and 3 houses down from ours on the same side of the street was a huge park. My mom was a nurse and my dad was a salesman. But my mom worked second shift at Meritor while my dad worked days. Now, I rarely ever really had a babysitter, only if they went out for dinner or a movie or something. But they did go out pretty often, and there were always older kids in the neighborhood to babysit. There was this one sitter who I really liked who lived a few blocks or so away, and they were down the street a little bit. Vicky had babysit a few times before that, and it was pretty uneventful. She'd play games with me and do my hair, play dress up. Pretty basic stuff. So anyhow, one day I'd gone with friends down to the park. I remember that there was a ball field at the time and a sandlot next to the field. My friends wanted to play on the monkey bars, but I wanted to play in the sand. I looked at the sandbox and my babysitter Vicky was standing there. I told my friends that I was going to go to the sandbox and then ran off. We had played in the sand building a castle, and then she had asked me if I wanted to go get something cold to drink. It was really hot, and I of course said yes, so she takes my hand and then we start walking to her place. She then started telling me about her puppies and asking if I wanted to play with them. Of course, I start to get really giddy, and now I can't wait to get to her house. This is where my memory had stopped, and after my mom told me what happened, the rest of it totally flooded back. My mother just happened to be talking to my sister and I about some of the places we lived, and we got to Monica Lane. I told her that I remembered the park and how big it seemed, and then she asked me if I remember being kidnapped there. I immediately thought that she was kidding, and then the look on her face told me otherwise. She said that it was around 5 in the afternoon and one of my friends had come to the door to ask me to come back outside, sure that I had gotten bored and then walked back home. When my mom checked the house though and realized I wasn't there, she sprints to the park screaming my name. After going around asking several of the kids if they'd seen me with no clue, she went to the ball field and she asked some of the older boys if they'd seen me. One of the boys, I guess around 14, said that he'd seen a younger woman playing with a girl that fit my description in the sand, and that she then walked off in the general direction, and that was really all he knew. My mom ran across the street to one of the houses and asked to use their phone, and then called the police. By the time the police got there, my dad had come home and some of the neighbors were trying to help my mom find me. So there's this search party out looking for me, now screaming my name and knocking on doors. The police had gone back to the park to ask the boys if they knew who had been with me and if they knew who she was. Between the boys and the neighbors, they had figured out who it was that had led me off, but I honestly have no idea how they figured it out. The police and the entourage then go to her home and then knock on the door. She came to the door and she told them she hadn't seen me and that she'd been home all day. The police asked if they could come in, and for some weird reason, she said okay. They went through the house, and then they went to the basement, and that's when they found me. That's what my mom knew, and then I remembered. It was literally like a floodgate had opened, and I then started crying. At 6 years old, you sort of just trust everyone, and she'd been in our home. I had never got a bad feeling from her before, and neither did my parents. But when we walked into her house, I remember that cold holy crap feeling washing over me and getting very worried. I remember starting to cry and saying that I wanted to go home over and over. She takes me into her kitchen and then gets me a glass of water and a tissue. I can hear the sound of dogs barking, and next to the kitchen is an open stairway. It then goes down to where the barking was coming from. She starts trying to convince me into going downstairs, then telling me that there's all sorts of toys and games down there. I reluctantly agree, and she then grabs my hand to head down the stairs. The dogs are going nuttier, and then I start screaming. At this point, Vicky's getting freaking bizarre. She's now screaming at me. "Shut the hell up! If you don't shut up, I'll throw you in the cage with the dogs and they're gonna eat you." Then she starts dragging me down the stairs, all the while I'm still screaming. I was scared out of my mind at this point. I remember crying so hard I was hyperventilating, and I'm screaming so bad that I'm not even making a sound. Vicky then flips a switch and starts being syrupy sweet to me, trying to calm me down. She tells me that she was just playing a game with me, and she tells me she wants to play hide and seek with me. Vicky must have been relatively skilled at calming me down, because the next thing I know, I hear knocking on the door from upstairs, and I wasn't crying anymore. The houses were all the same sort of tract houses that Sears used to sell. Not huge, but not small, but you could hear just about everything at any spot in the house. I keep hearing the knocking, and she tells me that it's just her friends, that they're coming to play hide and seek with us. Vicky somehow convinced me to let her put a piece of masking tape right over my mouth so that I wouldn't make a sound, and then she lifted me into this big wooden box next to the kennel. She put a really big pile of blankets over me and told me to be really quiet so they didn't find me. The whole time of this, the dogs were going batshit crazy, but for some reason, when she calmed me down, they calmed down too. They still looked incredibly mean, but they were no longer frothing at the mouth, and they were only slightly growling now, until the knocking started. I remember scrunching in there, totally confused as to what's going on, still scared and convinced that the dogs were going to get out and then eat me. I was crying again, and also hyperventilating. I remember removing the tape from my mouth because I couldn't breathe, but I remember I needed to be quiet because I was so afraid of what she'd do to me if I screamed. I laid in that nasty smelly box next to a big bag of dog food, sweating to hell, with lots of tears rolling down my face. I sort of pushed the blankets to the side, but only enough so that I could pull them back over me if someone came. I recalled thinking about my dad and just really wondering if he'd ever come find me. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, I can hear what sounds like adults yelling my name. They come down the stairs and the dogs are going absolutely batshit yet again. Over and over, men are yelling my name, and then I hear a man then say,
"If you don't shut those freaking dogs up, I will."
I was in a really large storage box with tape hanging off my mouth when they opened the lid. I can distinctly remember a very nice man asking me my name and if I was doing okay. I don't really remember answering him in anything other than screams and tears, and then grabbing his neck so hard that my dad had to practically pry me off of him. I remember my parents taking me to the hospital to be checked out, and that's all I really remember. My mom said that Vicky was then found guilty of attempted kidnapping, and the last she knew that she was apparently in prison, but couldn't really remember the last time she heard anything. We moved from that area shortly after, and I haven't been back since. I do know that my mom said that her parents were really odd, but they didn't really know them. She had met Vicky from the neighbors that used her as a babysitter, and they had never really heard anything bad of her, and that I always seemed happy with her. She lived in the general neighborhood, but it would have been 2 blocks over and 1 block down. Mom said they never picked her up, she always walked over. Whenever they'd get home, they'd drive her home, but never really noticed anything out of the ordinary. Mom and Dad only met her parents when they came to the door to ask for forgiveness, that Vicky hadn't really meant to do anything bad, and that she was a good girl. My mom said that my dad picked up her dad by the shirt and told them if they ever come on our property ever again, he'd kill them. I remember her name and sort of what she looked like, but I don't think I'd have any idea who she was if she walked up to me. Hopefully I'll never see her again though.
In 1999, I had some older friends, owners of Capitol Aquarium in Sacramento, California, who used to go out on their houseboat every weekend during the summer. I met them quite by accident, prowling for action on the banks of the levee, a gay cruising spot, of the American River. They were much older than me, but very kind and generous guys, often barbecuing for the homeless that lived on the river and throwing parties on their boat. I should also point out that this part of the river, close to the confluence with the Sacramento River, had at the time 2 bodies, both murdered, discovered not even a week before. I'd known the houseboat owners quite some time when I came biking along the trail one day, as I lived on the other side of the river and could cross it at Discovery Park when the water levels were down and meet up with them when they docked. On this day, as I'm cruising along the trail, I saw some lewd action going on under some shrubs. So being a randy young voyeur, I decided to investigate. I'm watching these 2 guys for all of 30 seconds, trying to see if I knew them, when I sensed someone else about 10 meters away to my left. I'm not sure if I heard him or felt his presence, but I finally noticed a form in the shrubs. A mid-30s shirtless and little white guy with long crazy hair crouched down like I was, and he was staring intently at the 2 guys. My first thought was amusement, thinking the 2 were attracting an audience, but then I noticed the fucker had a tomahawk in his hand and was gradually walking his way toward the other 2. I shouted to the 2 guys, who instantly started pulling up their pants, and the crazy guy went barreling towards them, still in a crouched position. I had hopped on my mountain bike and was pedaling like crazy until I got to the boat, where I started shouting and blubbering about a nut with an axe. As I left my bike and scrambled onto the boat, my older friend went inside the cabin and came back with a gun, just as the 2 breathless and panicked other guys showed up, obviously just having escaped from Hatchet Man, and asked to come aboard. There were already like 8 others on board as well. A few minutes later, as if on an afternoon stroll, the crazy guy comes along, picking up cigarette butts off the ground. I didn't see this in the trees and shrubs, but he had on camo pants, and his chest and stomach, while bare, was covered with several vertical scars and gouges, some fairly fresh, obviously made with his axe. The fucking nut walks up to the ramp as my friend hoisted up his .357 and says, "Get away from here, fucker. We don't want no trouble." The guy acts as if he didn't hear him, but tries to light one of the discarded butts he picked up. Then he looks up at us and says, "My name is Reeve, Christopher Reeve," and laughs. I swear his eyes were pointed in opposite directions and seemed to roll around, and you can tell he was sincerely crazy and probably on something. A few more threats and he wandered off, and by the time I had enough courage to leave the boat and bike home to make a report to the police, he was long gone. While nothing terribly dramatic happened at the end, this encounter did terrify me enough to end my bike trail excursions for quite a while, and I never saw Christopher Reeve again. I still wonder to this day if he was connected to the murders or if only nutcases roamed the levee as well. So this just happened to me, and I'm really creeped out. So, a backstory. There's this house next to a school that hasn't gotten rented for years, and nobody currently lives there. So I was at the park of the school, and you could see into the house, because it was right next to the park. I was just sitting down and looking around when I look at the garage, and I just see a man staring at the house. The garage and the house are detached, so I can see a full view of him through the window. He just has a blank stare. Then I look away for a few seconds, and then he's looking directly at me. I was like, hell no. And I got out of that park, and since I lived right next to the park, I ran home, but he was still looking at me, so now I'm scared. At least I live in an apartment, and that's good, I think. The summer after graduating high school of 2018, I got a job as a barista in a chain grocery store. They hired me fairly late in the summer, so I was only there for about a month and a half before I left for college in a city about an hour and a half away. I was the youngest person in our coffee stand, 18 and female, fairly quiet, and I didn't talk to anyone outside my immediate work area. There was this one guy that worked in the store gathering carts. I'll call him Rick. Rick would stand outside our kiosk staring at us without ever actually addressing us. I was told he did that a lot and was coming for water. It was fairly uncomfortable, but I just wrote it off as him being socially awkward, even though he appeared more and more frequently throughout the day while I was working there. One lunch break, Rick was the only other person in the break room besides myself. He, for whatever reason, decided he would question me about unions. I didn't know much, and he lectured me about them for the rest of the lunch break. I just smiled and nodded. Once again, nothing too bad, just kind of random and odd. Later that night, I got a friend request from Rick. I was thrown off because he didn't know anything about me besides my first name and the fact that I worked there. I just ignored it. Then the next day at work, he came to the coffee kiosk and casually mentioned he had sent a friend request, and I kinda just smiled and went back to work. The next day I came into work and opened the kiosk alone. Rick came in and he was angry. He blocked the only exit into the stand and kept asking me why I didn't accept the request. I honestly was scared and didn't have anyone to help or anywhere to go, so I got out my phone and accepted the request. Rick is well over 6 feet tall, and I'm just over 5 foot, so I was terrified that he could easily overpower and intimidate me. I avoided him to the best of my ability after this incident. I will say, my profile only said where I was from and the city where I was currently located. This is important for later. Rick ended up moving about 3 weeks later after I started working there. He messaged a couple times asking for me to visit him. I quickly blocked him and thought this was the end of it once I quit and moved away for college. Spring semester of 2020, a little over a year and a half later, I was running across campus to catch the school shuttle at its final stop to go to the dorms so I wouldn't have to wait 20 minutes until the next one. Now, I could have walked home, but it's very cold where I live this time of year, and it wasn't practical. I got on the shuttle, and there was only 2 other people in there. I didn't pay much attention to them, because I was out of breath and sat down behind them. Lo and behold, the person in front of me turned around, and it was Rick. I hadn't seen or heard from him since he moved away, and I was thrown off. First thing he said to me was, "Didn't you used to work at that one store a little while back?" I said yes, because I'm a very bad liar when put on the spot. He asked if I was still studying psychology, and I once again said yes. He then asked where I lived on campus, and I just said the apartments. There were 8 different buildings there, and unfortunately, he said he lived in the building before mine. When the shuttle finally got to the dorms, Rick let me off first, so I hauled my ass to my building, because I knew he could see exactly where I lived from his building, and by walking behind me. I prayed he didn't see where I went since he walked slowly and tried to forget about the interaction. 2 weeks later, I waited for the shuttle at a different stop just because I got out of class early and didn't have to run to catch it elsewhere. I was standing against this wall in the entryway of the building, and from where I was, I could only be seen from people from the inside of the building. I was playing on my phone, and when I looked up, Rick was standing right in front of me, effectively blocking me into the corner. There was 15 minutes until the next shuttle came, and I couldn't leave. Rick asked me why I wasn't waiting at the other stop. It threw me off because I had only gone to the other shuttle stop once, 2 weeks ago, when he first saw me. Once again, being the bad liar that I was, I said I was there because of classes. He then began a whole line of questioning that went something like this. I'm looking at the texts I sent my friend while panicking, and he definitely went way more into depth with each of those. So, do you still have Facebook? I don't have it anymore because all my accounts got blocked. I can't even get a service dog because someone reported me for dog fighting on the Facebook page. That's why I can't get on Facebook or have a service dog. I didn't do it. People report me because they say I'm emotionless. It's just who I am. So, do you do the weed? You should try it. It might help you relax. Yes, he did say do the weed. Do you still work at that store? Why aren't you there? Where do you work now? Do you have any alternative ways of making money? You know, you could make a lot of money doing alternative work. He was looking at me up and down while saying this, and I felt like he was asking if I did sexual favors for money. Do you remember that one manager from the store? He got arrested for embezzling and sexually assaulted girls there. How'd you feel about him? Do you like him? Now this one scared the shit out of me, because the way he said it almost seemed like he admired this guy. Rick said what the manager did with what I could only describe as pride. This line of questioning continued while on the shuttle and only stopped once someone got on and walked in front of him talking to me. I took this opportunity to put in headphones, keep my head down, and only look at my phone. I could see out of the corner of my eye that he was staring at me and looking frustrated. Once again, when the shuttle got to the dorms, he let me off ahead of him, even though I was a row behind and across from him. I ran home and kept looking back to make sure he didn't see where I was going. I started staying late and coming early to make classes so my schedule was less predictable. Somehow I'd still see him around, but I would keep my head down and pretend I didn't see him. Now these interactions didn't seem horrible until I thought about one specific detail. Rick knew I was studying psychology. When I originally applied for college, I was a nursing major. I didn't change my major until after I blocked him and moved away from school. This wasn't public information on my profile at the time. Now, I don't know how he's been keeping tabs on me, but he somehow has been for the past year and a half. He's also been keeping track of what shuttles I've been getting on and which times he could see me. I started walking to my classes despite the cold, and my boyfriend moved out of state and gave me his car so I wouldn't have to see Rick again. He also hasn't contacted me on social media, so I don't have any proof except my word that this guy had been following me. And I can't reach out to campus security for help. Rick, if you're reading this, let's not meet again.
Alaska is the perfect place to go if you want to get away from the rest of the world. As America's least densely populated state, you have plenty of breathing room from any kind of authority or prying eyes that may want to know what you're up to. For this reason, my home state is very attractive to all sorts of weird and unsavory groups. I've stumbled across Scientology centers at the end of the dirt back road with nothing else for miles around. Heard stories from doomsday preppers who claim to have bunkers made out of shipping containers in the side of mountains, and met people who have come out of religious cults in the interior that wanted to keep their followers away from any contact with the outside world. All of this or more you can find in Alaska. I was born and raised in Anchorage, the only big city in the state. Growing up, we had about 25,000 people in the city. It takes about 30 minutes tops to drive across, so that gives you an idea for what we up north consider a big city. The only other real city in the state is Fairbanks. These two cities are connected by 360 miles of a 2-lane highway. It's a 7-hour drive, one way between them, through one of the most beautiful landscapes on the planet. Mountains rise up on either side of you, between Anchorage and Denali National Park, before you drive through the colossal canyons carved out of rock over tens of thousands of years by melting glaciers and rivers. Past Denali is another 3 hours of driving, through a vast flat interior plain, with mountains in the distance. I say all this to help you understand just how desolate it feels in Alaska, even on the highway. After you get out of Anchorage and Fairbanks, there is nothing but the wilderness as far as the eye can see, save for the occasional small town with a max population of about 1,000 people, on a good day. 10 years back, it was even less. Alaskan girls are built tough. We change tires, hunt, fish, camp, and generally just have a great appreciation for the outdoors that women in the lower 48 don't really have if they're near a city. The joke is that Anchorage is the biggest rural city in the country. All this brings context to the following story. In high school, things were different, or at least they felt different. I was a young and stupid woman who thought I could conquer anything, due to the aforementioned build, tough attitude I was raised with. Senior year of high school, I decided to treat myself to a camping trip into the mountains, up past Talkeetna. Nothing fancy, just an overnight or two in the most beautiful state at the most beautiful time of the year, mid-June. Going up north in the peak summer here has a weird feeling to it. The sun never really sets. If you've ever seen the movie Midsummer, that's what it's like. It gets to about dusk and that's it. It's still bright and sunny throughout the whole night though. Shout out to readers in the far north of Scandinavia and Greenland. The false sense of security I had thinking that the midnight sunlight would mean safely probably nearly got me killed or worse. My second mistake was not telling anyone where I was going. I just packed up for my trip, stopped at Subway for lunch, and headed out to the great beyond. The drive was fine, a solid 2.5 hours of driving north. Along the highway took up most of the afternoon, as I jammed out to the greatest hits from the radio, on Cool 97.3. After you get through the Matsu Valley, you get into the mountains again. Tall, spruce and evergreen trees lined the road on both sides, with the occasional empty space, where there would be some clear-cut logging. All of this gives you a sense that while you're out there in the wilderness, you're still connected to civilization in some way. This led me to my biggest mistake, not staying at the state park campground. I was in high school, with only a part-time job, and didn't want to pay the $15 overnight camping fee, and was too scared to risk the fine, so I found a spot that looked good and pulled off the road. The map I got from my dad said that there was an old mining site up near a mountain, so I decided that would be the best spot for me to head for an overnight. My logic must have been that it was badass to spend the night in a mining ghost town or something. Pulled off the road, packed up my backpack, put on some bug spray, grabbed my map and compass, and started off into the woods. Now, this hasn't been the first time I've done this. I've been on the wilderness backpacking trips on my own, with my dad throughout my childhood. I knew my orientation skills, and had taken some wilderness survival courses at camp. I wasn't just some old dumb blonde wandering off into the woods, with no idea where I was, or so I thought. A solid 45-minute hike into the hills, and I finally made it to where the old mining camp was supposed to be. There was nothing there, just an old concrete foundation, with some holes in it and nothing else. I was very disappointed, but unsurprised at the outcome. I set up camp off in the woods and set off to building a fire for dinner on the concrete slab. Here you're supposed to set up cooking a ways off from your camp, just in case bears are noisy. Last thing you'd want is a 1,300-pound grizzly bear poking his nose in your tent, wondering why you smell like Campbell's soup and s'mores. By this time it was getting late, about 10 p.m., but the sun was still high in the sky, and by that time dinner was over. It was nearly 11. I was starving and dug in. About an hour later, it was about as dark as it was going to get, so I hunkered down in my tent for the night, confident that the overgrowth was private enough for whatever animals might come out and around then. I woke to the voices in the distance, and slow-moving crashing through the underbrush. My first thought was hunters. My dad and I run into a few on some campouts, so it wasn't uncommon. I relaxed and figured they would just pass through without incident, and closed my eyes again. That's when they found my fire pit. A man's voice cried out into the brightest forest. "Who the fuck is camping out on our property?" I froze. I knew I had fucked up and was getting up. I grabbed my purse and put on my shoes, so I can go apologize before I heard the man again. "When we find you, you're fucking dead. You're on private militia property, and trespassers get shot." That's when the whole situation changed. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just pack up my tent and shit with some armed guy lurking around. I carefully put on my shoes and put my keys in my purse. I slunk away into the underbrush as quickly as I could. My thought was to slip away, wait until they got bored and left, then go back and pack up and leave. I spent 20 minutes hunkered behind a log in the woods, barely an earshot before I heard a second voice calling to the others. They had found my tent and were tearing it apart, going through my stuff. I heard one shout out, "Bed's still warm," and "Trespasser's a chick. She left her underwear." The first man shout out, "Okay, fan out and find her. Bitch thinks she can trespass, then there's gonna be hell to pay." At that point, I wasn't concerned that I left my spare change or underwear in the bag, and that those creeps had found it. I needed to get out of there. Quietly, I made my way down to the mountain for a good 30-minute trip, tiptoeing and taking care not to step on twigs or make any ruckus. After the rustling and shouting of men had faded, I said fuck it, and booked it as fast as I could into the midnight sun down the hills. I tripped and fell over and scraped more times than I care to remember. Finally, I made it back to the road, but much to my horror, there was no car. I knew I had come out up and down from the road where it had been. I couldn't quite remember where it was at the time, but picked a direction and started walking. I rounded a corner of the road and saw my car, and the two men standing beside it. They were armed and dressed in surplus military gear. I hid in the bush on the side of the road and watched. A while later, several more men appeared from the trail I had taken. They dumped all my stuff next to the car, hopped back onto the ATVs, and drove off. I went up to my car, careful not to be seen, and found a note on my dashboard. It read something like, "If we ever catch you on our property again, we won't hesitate to use force. Consider this a warning." I went back and started loading my stuff into my car, and noticed what they had done. They'd cut up and destroyed all of my gear, probably as punishment for trespassing. Honestly, I'm thankful they did that because I'm grateful I didn't get shot. Ever since then, I've taken great care to camp only in designated camping areas. To the weird Alaskan militiamen, I know you weren't going to kill me, but nevertheless, that's not mean. I'm in my mid-20s, and my partner just asked me what my cousin is like, since they've only met briefly. I told them some fun stories from our childhood, and then tried to find some words to describe her character. And one of the first stories was paranoid. But then I stopped to ask myself why I think of her as paranoid, and I suddenly remembered a childhood memory I'd completely forgotten. When I was about 10, and she was about 12, I visited her house for a sleepover. I arrived in the early afternoon, and we swapped Goosebump books and listened to The Three Investigators, which is much more popular here in Germany than in America. We then decided to go get snacks for a movie we wanted to see on the TV later. Her mom, my aunt, gave us $10, so much money when you're a kid, and sent us on our way to a nearby supermarket before it got dark. The area she lived in was near a big intersection outside of the city, with big chain supermarkets and department stores people only ever got to go to by car. We bought our candy and crossed the main road to get back to the quiet residential district. She noticed a tall man in a yellow t-shirt following us across the road, unless he also lived in one of the few houses. A slim chance he had no reason to be there. She told me how she had saw him in the shop, and how he had followed us across the street. She panicked a little and told me to walk faster. I did, even though I thought she was overreacting. After all, we were always reading spooky stories. I was sure they must have gotten to her head. He also picked up his pace and followed us for several streets before we arrived at her house and rang the doorbell, and he hurried into the other direction. I was a very naive child, and all I'd ever been told about stranger danger was to not get into a car with someone who offered you candy. I was not worried in the slightest. I did not see why she was freaked out at all. When we got into bed that night, she said something like, "Now he knows where I live. I'm so scared. What if he comes here again tonight?" And I replied something like, "And does what, murder us? Why would someone do that? He doesn't even know us." I completely forgot about the whole thing, but started thinking of her as paranoid. She probably thinks of me as naive. So, to the man in the yellow t-shirt who followed two little girls home at dusk, let's not meet again. Before anything, I apologize for any mistakes, as English is not my first language. So this happened in the summer of 2019. Me and a group of my girlfriends were having a week-long trip near the sea, as we had the year prior. It was the week of the year we had all been waiting for. At the time, we were all between the ages of 16 and 17 years old. One of my friend's grandparents owned a house near the sea, and so we would all go there, buy our own groceries, and just basically do whatever we want. My friend's parents were also at the house during the week, but we wouldn't interact much, aside from "good morning" and "how was your day?" Basically, we were living on our own, making our schedule and taking care of ourselves. Since it was the second year of us coming there, we were more confident and hung out at the house a lot more, and further away. The nearest beach was 5 minutes away by bike, and that's where we mostly went the first year. But a lot nicer beach was in the city nearby, 15 minutes away. Still by bike, we used them a lot, and that's where we went the second year. Most of the week went by just fine. Nothing spectacular happened. We were nice kids, and didn't want our friends' parents to be disappointed in us allowing us to be free. So we were cautious, sober and just enjoying our girl trip. On the last night, we decided to go to the city, because there happened to be a small fun fair, and we thought it would be a nice way to end our trip. We played some games, won plushies, etc., and me and my friends decided to go on a ride. I don't know how to explain it, but it's made of chairs attached with chains to the ceiling things, and it spins. It's called flying chairs, in my language. While we were in there, a group of boys were looking at us, and the other girl that waited for us heard them say, "We should talk to them." "You go." "No, you." Anyway, me and my friend, oblivious to what was happening, go down from the ride, and went back to our friends. As they began saying something about the boys, one of them approached us. They were a bit older than us, between 18 and 19, if I remember correctly. Some of them had a bit of alcohol, and it shows. But they were super nice. Asked us a bit about us and our evening. Then asked if we wanted to go on the beach nearby, hang out and have a little party or something. Of course, when you're a teenage girl, this is kind of a dream come true, like something out of a movie. We discussed it for a bit, asking ourselves if there was any danger. There probably was, but it wasn't too late, so we thought why not. We began heading for the beach, and the two groups mixed up a bit, just having friendly conversations. I was in the back with two guys, one of them relatively sober, and the other one that was really drunk, and could barely walk straight. So me and his friend were helping him stay on track. And then a tiny truck, almost like a minibus, pulls up next to us. The windows roll down, and a man, I'd say between 35 and 40, begins talking to us, and asking us if we'd seen a girl in a blue shirt and shorts, walking barefoot in the area. We answer that no, we haven't seen anyone. We were in a street, and there was no one else, really at least that I can remember of. And then he said something that really sounds straight out of a horror movie. She has schizophrenia, and she's having a crisis. She ran away with a screwdriver, and we don't know what she's capable of. But when she's in that state. So, imagine us, a group of young, minor girls, currently hanging out with guys we barely met, and now learning that there's someone walking those same streets, in the middle of a dangerous crisis. The guys and us stayed together, and they really looked out for us, even walking us back to our bikes after we spent some time at the beach. One of them took the guy's number, and we proceeded carefully during the rest of the evening. We didn't see the girl, and I'm grateful for that. It ended up being a nice evening. The guys were really nice, and I'm glad it didn't go wrong like it could have went. So, girl hanging out in the streets at night with a screwdriver. I hope you're okay, but let's not meet. I hope this story wasn't too anticlimactic, but I can assure you, at the time, it was really terrifying. And inside, I'm glad we had those guys with us, instead of just being a group of girls. When I was 15 years old, my mother would take me to my uncle's house on school holidays, and I would hang out with my cousins. My cousin was a year older than me. We went through a phase where, because her dad wasn't home most of the time, we would take the car and go joyriding. Usually just drove around the suburbs at night. Yet one day we were really bored, so we went for a drive to a river. That was just under an hour from my cousin/uncle's suburb, near a rainforest. This river is somewhere along the way to the nearest city from where my cousin and uncle lived. For context, this was in the early 2000s, when some people still commonly use maps. My cousin and I were just swimming, talking, and so on, when I noticed a car drive by on the bridge, with a man in it. I noticed him because he was intentionally staring at us. My cousin didn't notice and kept talking. Later, in a span of roughly 40 minutes, the man drove back across the bridge at least 3 to 4 times, staring at us. I told my cousin, who thought I was just being paranoid. Yet the only reason I noticed is because he was staring at us so much. Then later slowed down to stare at us. It was getting creepy. The other cars passed by with no issue, and there wasn't anything odd about his car, except for the fact that he was staring at us. When it started to get dark, we sat on the beach, trying to dry a bit before driving home, when the man drove into the area. He parked up from us and just sat in his car, and stared at us, so we got into our uncle's car to leave. The man flicked his headlights at us. My cousin and I were nervous, but half joked about the man being a freak. Then she flicked the car's headlights back at him. We started driving to leave. The man then started his car, and tried to half park in front of our car, except due to our car's placement and speed, he didn't get in correctly, parking awkwardly beside our car. We stopped. He wound down his window and my cousin wound down her window to ask what the fuck he wanted. The man claimed he needed directions to the city, and we directed him where to go. It was essentially just following the road over the bridge he crossed several times. He then tried to tell us some "woe is me" story about how he has his map in the car and he just can't read it. And we again gave him the directions to the city. He again said he's struggling to read his map, and we're just like, we can't read maps either. Then he suggests one of us get out of the car and look at this map, and we said no. He then actually wanted one of us to get into the car with him, telling some bizarre story about how he needs help, and he's lost, and if only one of us could climb in and direct him. We told him the fuck right off. Then of course his fake poor me demeanor changed, and he started calling us a pair of sluts and whores, with a face of pure aggression. We called him an old creep and drove off. He screamed at us. He was going to call the police on us. I don't know why. We didn't tell anyone because we didn't want to get in any trouble for illegally driving. As teens, we didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. Now as an adult, I can safely say that there was some heavy attempted kidnapping, and most likely rape vibes, since he was obviously 1, trying to lure one of us to his car, and 2, the fact he started calling us sexualized insults, showing some intent. We were just chilling out, combined with the fixated staring. Whoever he is, I hope he ended up in a car crash. I'm sorry if there's any spelling errors or grammar errors. This is my first post on this app. So it all started about a year or 2 ago, when I was friends with this kid. I will call him Willie. Willie was nice at first, We would talk about Roblox and Fortnite. Then he started to get weirder and weirder. My girlfriend, let's call her Michaela, would hang around at his house, which set off a lot of red flags. One day, I went to his house with my girlfriend to see what would happen there. His mom, we'll call her Daisy, was nice. We decided to go on a bike ride before one of Daisy's weird friends came over. I don't know his name. When we were packing water, he said, "Don't make Michaela hold the bag. Her pants will fall down and her vagina will show." I was really uncomfortable now, and I wanted to go back home. Everyone besides Michaela and I really didn't care about what he said. Fast forward to a few months later, Willie was being a dick. So I decided to post a video on YouTube. That was a meme that said, "You're poopy head." And I decided to put 2XL scars, his YouTube name. Then when I got back to school, he ran at me full speed down the hall, and he had steel-toe boots, so he kicked me with them. Now I was in pain. Then when I got undressed in my PJs, I noticed that my balls had pink patches on them. So I decided that if this were to happen again, I would punch him in the face. This wouldn't be a problem if Willie didn't have epilepsy. So if I did, there would be a possibility that he would die, if I did. So nothing really happened after that, until late August of 2019. I wanted to sit with my best friend. We'll call him Brian. Willie and Brian had some beef early in 2018, so we thought it'd be okay if Brian sat with me, Willie and Michaela. So Michaela texted Willie, "Hey, is it okay if Brian sits near us?" So after she asked that, Willie goes on a rampage, and how he's going to kill himself and how much he hates Brian. He said if Brian sits with us, he won't be any of our friends. So we have a school orientation early August about the school, and Michaela tells me about the situation back then. I had my phone taken away. I stared at Willie, and he stared at me in anger. In my luck, Willie was in the group to take a tour around the school with me and him, to have a normal discussion. Now, on to early September of 2019. I was teasing him about his old YouTube channel. He said he would bring a bat to school and hit me in the head with it. And him being a dumbass, steals my seat at lunch. And then I tell him to get the fuck out of my seat. You don't belong in it because you said all those mean things to everyone at this table. So, later that day, last period, he tells the fucking principal, which didn't handle the situation right. He takes Willie's side and tells me, "Those aren't death threats." I was now fucking mad. The principal said, not to mess with the bear. I was defriending my friend. Fast forward to 2019. His mom fucking almost runs me over while I'm walking to Brian's house. I knew it was her, since I looked in her clear window and saw her and Willie in the window. Michaela points up the middle finger, which isn't a good idea. So the next day I tell my friends and Art about the situation. And the next day Willie finds out and screams at me, "I will kill you." I found out more creepy stuff about Willie. So it turns out he texted Michaela on her dad's birthday. "Hey, wanna come over and watch a movie?" He also asked on the 4th of July for her to hang out with just him. I have seen and heard the post from the subreddit before, and I thought my own would fit nicely here. Be aware that this is a very long story, because it went on for the span of almost a year and a half. The story takes place 4 years ago during my 8th grade year, and during the summer after, and during my freshman year. Just to add some background information, during my 8th grade year, the class was made up of 3 girls, Alexis, Coy, and I. Let's call myself Beep, for the sake of not wanting to type my whole username. Alexis was super extroverted and kind, and Coy was super introverted and kind of cold to everyone but Alexis and I, because she was around us more. I got very close to both girls and very fast, because other than the 7th grade girls, we were all that we had sometimes. Just to add, I've known one of the 7th graders since we were about 4, and another since we were 7. Also, my mom passed away 2 years prior to this, and I was also sexually assaulted the year before. These play in later. To start, after volleyball season ended, I was bad at doing and turning in my homework. My dad thought I was lazy, but the teachers thought it was a learning disability. Turns out it was ADHD. Anyways, because of not doing or being late with my homework, I would have to have lunch detention in one of the classrooms. This is when red flags started popping up, when I would see Coy and Alexis after lunch. Coy would tell me that the girls were talking shit on me, which sadly went on for a while. I believe I never said anything about it to the other girls, as not to start drama, but I did let it bring me closer to Coy. Huge mistake. This happened quite a few times, but I chose to ignore it, even though I felt so hurt by hearing it from someone I trusted. After a while, I got my homework in consistently, and was able to start sitting with my group at lunch again, and to my surprise, and to Coy's dismay, they seemed very excited to have me around again. Everything was doing okay for a while. Basketball season started. I played hard and I was happy. At one point in time, since I was so close to the girls on the team, Alexis and the girl I've known since we were 4, Sierra, were like sisters to me. I decided to come out to them as bisexual, because I had thought that I was since I was in the 5th grade. They were all super accepting and happy that I was proud to be who I was. The day after that practice, I decided to tell Coy. This is when things started to get really bad. Coy started being really clingy to me, and showed visible disapproval whenever I was with anyone but her. She started sending me angry texts when I would tell her I couldn't go hang out with her. She would ignore me if I said I was hanging out with Alexis, and she would call me crying if I didn't text her for a while. As a 13-year-old girl raised by my dad and an older brother, I didn't get a full idea of how teenage girls were supposed to act, so I brushed it off as normal. Coy would do almost anything to me to stay around her and started to make Alexis concerned. One day after practice, I was talking to Alexis and Sierra, and I decided to ask if what Coy had said to me about them was true. They denied it, and said that they didn't understand why she would do that, because they thought we were all friends. I confronted Coy, and she said to me that they were lying, and that if I believed them, I would have to choose between her and them. I didn't really say much to her after that, and started distracting myself. But wait, there's more. Coy seemed to be fine with me after I pushed her away. She didn't call me, text me, and when she did talk to me, she seemed okay. Everything was going good again, until our 8th grade state history field trip. Our teacher told us that we'd be gone for 3 days, and since that it was only the 3 of us girls, her and the school secretary would be staying with the secretary's aunt in her home. The 3 of us got really excited for the trip, and thought it would be a good bonding experience. When we got to the house we were staying at, we were informed that we'd be staying downstairs together. In that area, there was a small living area and a bedroom. Alexis suggested we all share the bed, but I told her I wasn't comfortable doing that because of Coy. Alexis said it was okay, and decided to sleep on the couch. That was Coy's opportunity. Hey Beep, did you want to share the bed with me? I was thinking that we'd sleep in the living room actually. You can take the bed if you want though. Coy looked clearly disappointed, but agreed. When we're all settled in, Coy pulled some snacks from her bag. One of them was Pocky, and asked if I wanted some. Alexis and I said sure and took a few Pocky, and then Coy asked me if I would like to play the Pocky game with her. I got very nervous and uncomfortable, but I didn't want to be rude because they were her snacks, and she was sharing them with us. So she put one end of the Pocky in her mouth, and so did I. The only thing is, note this, I purposely broke the Pocky because I didn't want to kiss her. I broke it off pretty far away too. She seemed slightly angered and asked to do it again, but Alexis said that she would just go to bed. The rest of the trip went fine. There were no awkward encounters with Coy, and I actually had a lot of fun. Everything was actually good until after school year ended. Coy kind of reeled me in and became friends with her again because she seemed to change. One day she invited me over to her house to hang out and play video games, and I stupidly agreed. When I got there, We played on our computer for a while before she suggested going outside and playing in the sprinklers since it was hot. I said yes, but I'd have to borrow a swimsuit from her. After I changed, she told me to get back into her room. For my sake, I'm going to skip over what happened because it still really bothers me what happened, even though it didn't go that far. After that experience, I deleted Koi's number and started refusing talking to her. High school started out everything was okay. She stopped trying to text me or contact me really at all. But one fateful day in December, she decided to message me on Kik. She started to say how worried she was about me and that she missed me. But I was straight up honest and said that I think it would be better if we stopped speaking. She then proceeded to freak out. She told me that she was in love with me, and what I was doing to her was cruel, that she had done everything to try to be with me, but I was a bitch and kept rejecting her. She even threatened to end her own life, because I wasn't in love with her. For my sake, I then decided to block her on everything, so she wouldn't contact me again. The last time I saw her, I was with my dad in a Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer onesie in the Pizza Hut. I saw her, but she didn't see me. I hope she's doing better now than she was 4 years ago. So Koi, let's please never meet again. This all started when I was younger. One of my friends, Justin, and I were at home, playing a video game. We called my other friend Anthony multiple times to see if he wanted to play with us. He never answered, so we decided to just ride to his house, and he lived fairly close. I was riding my bike and my friend was on his scooter that he rode to my house. When we were about halfway to Anthony's house, Justin and I noticed a dog acting strange. I had grown up with dogs. I always try to help them when I find strays. I parked my bike and went over to the dog. This dog was acting very strange, like he was terrified. He had his tail between his legs, and he was whining. He also wouldn't hold still, jumping around and running in circles. When I finally got him to relax, I looked at his collar. Justin and I realized he probably lived in the pink house, as he was pacing between it and us. We found him by the door, and he sat there when I finally could read his dog tags. I called the number, and it rang for a second, before going to voicemail. My friend and I were a little creeped out at this point, but we were about to be terrified. Standing in front of the door knocking, we heard a woman's voice moan, "Help!" Justin and I were shocked. I had heard scary stories, but I never expected something to actually happen to me. The voice was low, and it sounded strange and tired, like the woman was using her last energy to call out. I looked at Justin. Neither of us heard the voice very clearly. We weren't sure if it really said help or not. Our worries were confirmed when we heard the voice again. "Help me," she said it this time. It was clearer now, and after hearing it again, we were sure of the message. I looked at Justin. It sounded like she was having trouble speaking, like she was drunk or something, I told him. He agreed. We talked for a second and worried that the woman may be in medical trouble. Maybe she had a stroke, Justin suggested. The dog grew more anxious. Justin and I decided to call 911. As we walked to the front of the house, we heard another, "Help!" Justin decided to take action. Justin is brave, but he doesn't always think things through. Justin went around the other side of the house and opened up the gate. The dog ran into the yard, still whining. This behavior seemed to confirm our belief that the woman was hurt. When I entered the backyard, behind Justin, I was taken aback. The yard was trashed, like a junkyard. There was beer cans and bottles, a toilet seat, and even a washer and dryer set around the yard. We proceeded towards the back door, Justin in front of me, and the dog growing ever more anxious. As I rounded the corner, I caught a glimpse of someone inside the house, through the glass sliding door, and before I heard Justin, "Run!" he said. I looked at him. He was terrified, and I could see the fear in his eyes. I had known Justin for many years, and I had only ever seen him like this 2 other times. I ran out of the yard, pulling the gate behind me to hopefully buy me extra time. Justin picked up a scooter and ran through a nearby park to get to the other side of the neighborhood. I started following him, but remembered my bike. I thought about leaving it, but decided against it. I didn't know what they would do, and in my irrational state, I was worried that it could be used to find me. I turned and leapt on my bike, pedaling as fast as I could. I rode the way my bike was facing, and had to nearly go all the way back to the house before I could turn towards Justin. When I rounded the corner, I saw him again. We met and discussed what we saw. I couldn't be sure what I saw through the glass, but from a brief vision in a bad angle. But Justin recounted it to me. There was an old man standing in the living room, trash strewn about. There was an old woman, presumably the one that had been calling for help, sitting on the couch. Both were naked. The old man noticed us and started to reach for something when we ran. Justin could exaggerate when he told me the story, but I knew this time it had to be different. We rode to Anthony's house as our lives depended on it. Being young, we were terrified, but Anthony's mom called the police and let us stay with her. Justin repeated his description to the police. We never found out what happened. I figured we must have interrupted a couple during their time. Later, Justin and Anthony passed the Bean House and heard the same thing. So the creepy old people, let's not meet. I am Frank. I'm a nurse in a child's hospital for 7 years now. Before that, I worked as a nurse assistant in different places, mostly psychiatric clinics or centers for the disabled. These places lack people to work in because of the peculiar patients they take care of. And that's true, even if you can experience joy or moving moments with these persons, or moving moments with these people, violence is a great part of your daily routine. At the time, I switched from taking care of elders at home to night shifts. My girlfriend wasn't my wife yet. We didn't live together, and we thought it would give us a lot of spare time to see each other. Now, if you never did night shifts, it looks fair and square on plan, but I can tell you that staying awake for 10 hours and bearing responsibilities when your mind tells you every 5 minutes to take a nap is really hard. On the other hand, the paychecks are good. So basically, I move from places to places every 2 months, or so. That way it's easier not to get bored and avoid sleeping on the job. Because sadly, that's what happened once you're used to the ward, the patients and the facilities. You end up being clumsy, and eventually you inconsistently allow yourself to pass out. For 20 minutes first, for 2 hours afterwards. Hopefully I never reached that point. I started working the psychiatric ward. It was besides the hills at the far east of the city. The neighborhood was extremely quiet and poshy. You can tell it by the number of Berlins and sports cars parked everywhere near big villas. The psychiatric hospital itself was shabby, and parts were grossly rebuilt. It seemed misplaced with all those fancy houses around, like a gaping scar on the face of a model. I thought it would be 2 persons at night, like it's a common thing, but in this ward they only put 1 staff at night. It was shaped like a cross, with the infirmary desk at the center. The 6 first nights I spent there were okay. The patients were asleep when I arrived. There wasn't too much to do, with treatments, and except taking out some trash, it clearly was a well-played lazy time. The 3rd night, I remember the day shift talking about a patient who ran away, but I didn't pay much attention because this happens frequently. It actually depends on the way the patient is checked in. It needs 2 signatures, one from the shrink who diagnosed the mental illness, and one from the doctor who decided to put him in the hospital. Way too often, the first one forgot to sign the file bill, and the hospital has to send a notice to the local medical court. Some cases take 7 months to be read in court, so if the patient bails out by himself during that time, the hospital isn't in charge to take him back. The staff is never anxious about that because 80% of them come back within 1 week. The other 15% are still a mystery for me. The night I checked in all the over-door alarms with my key before heading to the infirmary to have a cup of coffee. From that moment I took the shift, something wasn't feeling as usual. The patients I visited to give the treatments were silently strange. No laughing, no joking. From 11 p.m. to 3 a.m., I checked 6 times behind furniture and sofas. It was like someone was following me from a short distance and stopped in the dark when I would look back. I was coming back from the trash containers when I came across the living room. The couch had a blackish stain on it, and I was certain that it wasn't there when I arrived at 9 p.m. Further, I found a green shirt on the floor with the exact same blackish stains on it. I decided to come back to the infirmary and lock me in until 6 a.m. When I came back to the infirmary desk, I found a chair blocking the door from the inside. When I looked by the big glass windows for the first time, and then I only saw one bare foot and a bit of pants because of the angle, but the person was hiding under the desk. As I didn't know who it was or which intentions he or she had, I decided to call the security guard patrolling outside on the phone, and he told me that he witnessed a guy running in the park towards the building. He was sure he was hiding in a ditch around the garden. I told him the guy was actually inside, so he replied that he'd be there soon. That was the longest 25 minutes of my life. I called the head nurse and she arrived 5 minutes after the security guard. At some point the person had moved the chair and they caught him. It was the patient that escaped 3 days ago. He was shirtless and covered in the same blackish stains from head to toe. They found out it was shit. He shat himself multiple times. What they didn't tell me is that I had learned from a colleague 2 weeks after, is that they found a piece of wood with a shard of glass attached to it in one of his pockets. Hi, been a fan of this web, and finally decided to submit this story. This is my first time writing out a story, so sorry. For context, I'm a female, and we're gonna call my friend and the creep Phoenix and Ash. Okay, on to the story. Since I can remember, I've been in this community where we do stupid things, like anime and all edits. It's in Spanish and the community is called the Cuento City. I've had reality hit me a lot of times there, but I joined because 2 of my friends were there. Anyways, there was this time this dude harassed and traumatized me and my friend Phoenix, almost making me quit that community, but I kept going on, almost losing all friendship to Phoenix. Anyways, there was this person who would comment on one of the videos that I followed, and actually was a fan of his videos. He sent me a link to chat, and I was cautious but accepted, leading me to a YouTube chat. It was about the community La Cuento City, and all was normal, except I was cautious around the gang due to realizing I was the only girl there. So I was talking to the guys, and it was actually fun, except there was some dudes that confessed to me in private. I rejected them obviously, but there was this one dude that never gave up. His name was Ash. He was charming, a kind dude, but was persistent on not giving up until I told him, of course. He was heard and understood. Later on, YouTube was deleted, but the leader of the group had actually sent us a link to an app called Hangouts. If you're familiarized with the app, then you know how it goes. Google account or number on, and you can chat with your friends. So I entered and it was all going well, same as usual, until Ash came in. And the first thing he does in the chat was ignore the others. Understandable, I guess. But I know he knew the guys before me, so he had less reason to say hi to me. He messaged me privately how much he missed me, and he asked how my day was. He would ask a lot of questions about me, which I would respond vaguely or lie about some. I would talk about this to my friends online and outside. Phoenix suggested that she could join and investigate. I didn't want her to get in trouble because of me, but I thought I was just being paranoid. She joined the group nevertheless, and chatted with the guys. What I noticed in chat is that Ash would talk less with her, and chatted with me more still. Whenever Phoenix would join in the conversation, Ash would cut it and would leave for a week or 2 days. Phoenix would chat with me in Hangouts privately, telling me that I was weird, and how he messaged her privately. I was worried since Ash was starting to give me the creeps now. She told me that Ash was asking about me, and Phoenix confronted me telling him why he would ask so much about me, and if he knows, I'll see him as a friend, and that's just being a creep. Of course, it took some time to respond, until he finally told her this. She is cute, and when she smiles, even though I can't see it, she's beautiful. When she's sad, I hate to see her suffer, because I know she's suffering. She always tells me this, and to Alan, and other people, but not to me, and I hate it, because I want to hug her, and caress her body, because she's beautiful. She sent that screenshot to me. I know girls would think it's cute, but to me it was terrifying, because I never told them who I told my problems to. I was freaked out, and so was Phoenix. We decided to leave the Hangouts for a while, and we did that to later go back because of an emergency. Alan messaged us saying that it was an emergency. I asked him what the problem was, and he said that Ash was getting all depressed, and never had answered them, or responded to them, so they thought I could be the one that Ash could answer. Geez, thanks guys. I come back to you all wanting me to chat with him, when I did tell them what the hell Ash was asking of me. So I messaged him privately, and he didn't answer until that afternoon. I asked him why he was so depressed, and the reason. He would dodge those questions and ask me, which, again, vaguely answered. Phoenix and I also tried to chat with him, but never responded. So he responded to me. I was getting creeped out since he was asking personal questions, until I remembered a conversation he would have liked to go on. So I asked him about painting, and all which seemed to cheer him up a bit until he went on about death and darkness, and how he told me that there was light, and that he had to stay there. I was confused. He kept going on about how death is meaningless, and that how he isn't afraid, and if you die, you'll no longer feel pain, and there's only one way to save us as humans, death, and how we're all gonna die, either way. Which I was getting scared, to be honest, and somehow he knew because he apologized for scaring me, and that it wasn't his intentions. I told him it was fine, and he said, "Are you sure?" I told him, yes. What he said next chilled me. "You're not hiding anything from me, right?" While all this is happening, I was sending screenshots to the other group. We were, except Ash wasn't. My intentions aren't to scare you or hurt you. I love you. My intentions are to take care of you. I was more confused and scared, telling the group what was happening. I think through that. He got the idea wrong and apologized, saying that it was his best if he didn't talk to me, and that he should leave. He then blocked me. I was shocked, weirded out, and scared. Phoenix said he was leaving the app, which I agreed, and before leaving, I went to chat with Alan, one last time, telling him about what Ash had said. He was pissed and scared for my safety, and he even confessed that he didn't want Ash talking to me. I asked him to explain, which he did. Apparently before Phoenix and I ever met, them, Alan, and his other friends were chatting in a group, and Ash entered telling Alan's friend, "How is your niece doing so far?" Which creeped them both out, because Alan's friend never told the gang about his niece, only to Alan privately, which freaked me out, and asked him if it's possible that Ash could be a hacker. He said no, but heard through another friend of Ash that he looked possessed in bed, as he was shaking crazily. I thought it was crazy and left the chat. It's been a month now since all this happened, so I apologize if the story is mixed up or confusing. But what I am telling you did happen, so I suggest you be cautious with your friends you choose, especially online. Thank you. And Ash, if we ever do meet in real life, please get help. You really need it. Hey guys, I want to thank you for listening. If you haven't yet, please consider clicking that subscribe button and bell icon to get notified of all future videos. I post Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, or at least try to. And if you have a story of your own you'd like featured on the channel, head over to my subreddit r/Jensen official. And if you want early access to my videos, head over to my Patreon, where only $1 a month gets you that, and also some fun other perks. I've also got merch now over on Spreadshirt. I as well offer all my videos on my podcast that can be found on all major podcast services. All links will be located in the description field. I hope everyone has a good night, and remember, keep it spooky.